Hello and welcome back. Apparently my avatar is not synced, so let's fix that. Start connection. And calibrate. There we go. Hello and welcome back. We are going to do a little Railroads Online tonight. We may be joined in a little bit by Grizz. I'm not sure what time he's going to be on, but I did ask him if he would be willing to join me around 9, and it's about 9. Well, it's actually almost 10. So, he was helping me lay some track. Pardon me while I eat. And then apparently Alright, let's go back to... We're in a train. Okay. Oh, that's why it's doing that. Alright, give me a second. I know how to fix that problem. That's supposed to be there. There we go. I'm just redoing something I did the other day, which was extending my ramp for cordwood so that I can bring a full load in one go. And I think that's the only one, so that's what we are working on right now. But he was helping me run track out to the remaining industries that I haven't connected up to. And so we were working on first the connection up to the main line to break the branch line off into that with a big old Y so that you can go in either direction from any direction. This doesn't have to be perfect because they are never going to be going fast enough for me to need it to be perfect. There we go. Alright. So that is for that. Alright. Let's teleport over. Alright, my chat program doesn't seem to want to launch. For some stupid reason. Alright. Alright. So if we look into our Bonner quarter map here, there we go. So this is over here is what we did earlier today. Was that Y. So we've got that all set up. We've tested it. So it works. So we're gonna now start going into these industries down here. And so yeah, those are our next steps. So I don't know, I haven't been down to them yet. So let's go check out, I think the next one is the ironworks. Takes raw iron and coal and lumber. So this is where we need to go next. So let's go ahead and we'll teleport there. No, I think we're gonna do a straight Y out to here, and then we'll have a Y here to here. Although I think this one we can probably loop around. I haven't actually been over here to take a look yet. So you have steel, lumber, and coal. So this is the output or the input side, and this is the output side, which is crates of tools and steel pipe. And you fly. We're just gonna fly up for a bit. Here we go. Okay. How's the loading up on here work? So this is the drop off, and that's the pickup, and the pickup looks like so you can fill 4 cars at once on both sides, and then you've gotta, all right. So I think we're going to do like a rail yard setup. I think I want to loop it around the back, come in this way, right? And then we'll have it reconnect into a single line out and in. That's what I'm thinking for that section. So I'm trying to work this out. Alright, so we want to come in, go around, come back. And that's going to be a round 2. Go out, back, and around. And then over here at the refinery, you drop a pipe and wood. oil. So this is where we get the barrels loaded. Is on this side. I think I may need to put a fruit fly trap again. Anyway, all right. So I think we're gonna start over with the oil field first. I think we're gonna try to set up based off of here. So I think I'm going to set up off of this. With a crossover. Why it's going up the... Alright, fine. I need to bring that grade point off of here. Running through the trees. Alright. So we're gonna have to bring that down here. I don't know why you keep popping up like that. Like, you want to go uphill here, but there's not. So, you know what? We're going to have to weigh something bigger. That's crooked.
Circles
Hmm. No, I need to go this way. Okay, that looks like it's probably... Yeah, no, that looks good. Definitely puts it way further away. That one would probably go for a little bit more. Yeah, that second one wants to go like right between those. This line's just not gonna, this one's gonna have to join in, not on grid. Alright, so if we take those out, you do that right? Yeah, because that should line up with that one. And then this will line up to that one. Oh, there's 4 tracks in the middle, aren't there? So you have 1, 2, 3. So I have first track, second track. Okay, I need another. Which right turnout? Which is going to be this one. Which means that actually needs to go back an entire length of track. Alright. Rails. So this needs to actually go the other way. This will switch to the left. Cross over 90. Switch right. Switch right. Right. Yeah, I need one more. Switch right. Why doesn't that seem like that's lining up right? Yeah. Oh, that's why it's not lining up right. Prep to do the crossover. We show the cool kids how to be the youth of today. We jump the fence and play in the Mr. Grogan's pool. Hit call the police and we hide behind the school. We spend hours throwing stones into the sea. They were the best days of my life, I promise thee. Oh, I could be a saint while you would be the sinner. My mother used to frown when I'd invite you home for dinner. Oh, my darling, how I miss you to the day. I'd give my everything to see your face again. Oh, I'm so sorry I've been distant in the past. I've written tons of letters and they ended in the trash. Oh, my darling, how I miss you to the day. I'd give my everything to see your face. And then put a switch right there for that line. That's good. Already got the straight track there. Alright, so that's good. Uh,
day I'm feeling so lonely. I roll out backwards, it's all I got. Switch my brain off and I can't stop. I'm the loser boy, always online. I just wanna be a girl from this seaside, living my side without a smile. Is this real? So tell me why I'm living in this way. So tell me why you're still raising my brain. And I'm so scared to fail whenever, cause you're the one I want forever. So tell me why I'm living in this way. So tell me why you're still raising my brain. And I'm so scared to fail whenever, cause you're the one that I want. We can meet at 9 p.m. You and me, hand to hand, take me to at 9 p.m. You and me, hand to hand, take me to so tell me why I'm living in this way. So tell me why you're still wasting my brain. And I'm so scared to fail whenever, cause you're the one that I want. We can meet at 9 p.m.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining me on Railroads Online. We are in the process of doing some map edits. Why is it going there? Oh, alright. Well, we're going to remove that. Whatever. Web, Google Chrome, Railroads Online Map Editor. Okay, there we go. We are in the process of uploading save game. And we're going to do some map edits. So we are going to be working over down here at the oil field. So this is what we've got started so far. So let's just do this yard work real quick. So we're going to go from this one to this one. Curves and straights. Gravel rail bed, that's fine. Generate curve. This shouldn't take too long, and it should be pretty straightforward. It's really just generating straight lines. Let's take that one into the 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm actually missing. I have 1, 2, 3. Here's 4. So yeah, I actually need to go back on that side. But while we're here, we'll at least get this side done. Edit, curves and straights, generate. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna exit back. And we're going to go back, and we are going to go fix. So going this way, we are 1 too close. So we need to go back 1 more space. Let's go ahead and get that snapped in. Like so. And let's demolish that. Rails to the left. Rails crossover 90. Dink. Delete these. Try it again. One, two, four. 1, 2, 3. And if we keep this going straight, like so, I think we're far enough back that we can tie this straight into that side. Oh wait, no, I messed that up. Demolish. I forgot a step. So we do that. And we do that. And then we do there. That lines up perfectly. There. And so that line will come out off of there, come across here, and through here. Let's actually extend that out past the loading platform. We want to at least get it beyond the stairs before we start, because otherwise we're going to cut through the platform and that would be bad. I don't know what happened, but I swear the building tools have gotten a lot more touchy. They're a lot more finicky than they were. Alright, so yeah, that should be able to come through there. Those are going to be straight through. Those are going to be straight through. Honestly, I'm going to delete this one. We're just going to go from there to there, and then from there all the way through. And delete. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. But we can fix that. So we go here. Nope. Go here. Go here. Go here, and then we go Alright, we got our 4 lines of track there. Okay, we just need to work our way down. To our 3-foot rails here. That one, and delete that one. There we go. Save game, slot 1, save. Oh, you guys didn't get to see any of that. That's okay. Upload, slot 1, upload. I'm having a massacre of bugs right now. A bunch of little flies got into my office, and it's dark in here, and so they're all swarming my monitor because it's bright. And they've been annoying me. So I finally decided, you know what? I got a thumb. I'm just gonna squish them. Actually, I have a fly swatter. I'll have to wash my monitor later. Alright. Let's start with this one. Info, let's take grade off. Whoops. That one. Edit. Curves and straights. Generate curves and straights between segments. Alright, that was good. And then we go from this one to that one. Edit. Generate. You mean it's too tight? They're too close, it doesn't like it. Wait for it. Hello and welcome. I should probably check to make sure I'm listed in the right category under Twitch. I haven't done that to check. Still didn't do it, huh? There we go, did that time. I think this one I can actually just go straight through at a curving straight line. That'd probably help. Alright, that one's good. That's not what I wanted to do. I meant to tell it to do a straight line. There's a massacre. I'm totally gonna have to wash my monitor later with Windex. Alright, we want to go from here to here, edit, generate, straight line, generate curve. This should be the last one, and then we'll save it. All right. Well, that one went way out. Where did that go? It connected all the way to there. Well, that sucks, because now I have to, like, redo the whole thing again. Oh, that's because it was from there. Son of a whore. Going good, and then the map went all cuckoo. Hi. Alright, we found that there's a giant gap in the window that we think everything's coming in through. Because I am like inundated by bugs. Alright. So we're gonna do this again. So let's go from here to there. Edit. Curves and straights. Generate curve. Alright, we plugged up the hole, so that should take care of the bug problem. I did not click on that one. Edit. Curves and straight. Get these two curves done, then we'll save, and then we'll do the rest. Just straights. Oh, wait.
You check yourself. I just got a tick by spitting on document top.
I haven't felt anything on me.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So.
Took my pants off and I kind of rubbed my leg in there.
Like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to
All right, let's turn the AC on.
the planet where you and I are still meant to be.
All right. Yep, it fudged up again. Look at that. Just like, we're going to send the line wherever the fuck we feel like it. Alright. Sometimes you can go back before it did that and it'll still work.
At the crack of dawn, I imagine you waiting by my doorstep. But it won't be long before I realize it's a picture in my head, in my head.
Girl, you be my love, you be my other half. That's real. Know that I be missing you and we're apart. Yeah. Felt for you the second I laid eyes on you. I believe it was fate. Meeting you was written in the stars. Yeah. Real. Girl, you be my one, you be my own. Trust. Promise that I'll never leave you lonely. Never. Said you be my lover and my home. So I'ma keep it real with you always. Said I'ma be there whenever you need me. Anything you want, I'll get it. Call me GD. You were the one when you said you would ride for our brother. No matter the weather and you never leave me. Baby, let us fly away without no delay. So where the sun be shining, we can take it easy. Just me and you and some incredible secret. Yeah, in the night, I'm making love, I know you feel me.
Alright. Nope, that's still barred. Okay. Here to here. And it curves it straight. from 119, so that looks good. Generate curve. I may end up just doing the first two and then running the rest straight after I run some grading underneath. This is being a pain in the ass. Okay. So we need to get from here to here, and we want to make sure that the curves and the straight, those look good. On. Perfect. All right. Edit, download, save. All right. We need C drive. Users, data, local, AAR, save games, slot 1, save, yes. All right. Now we have that saved. All right. We want to go from this one to that one. Straight generate. All right, the rest I'm going to I'll just drag out the old-fashioned way. Although part of me wants to do this anyways. Curves and straight line, just get it done. See, we're just gonna do it the rest. All right, escape, leave session. All right. All right, we are going back to the game. So if you are interested in joining, I can give you the server name and password. If anybody else is interested in joining us, I do have grids that's going to be logging in soon. So we need to go over here, and we're going to go here, and we are going to detach. And then we're going to reattach. We're going to recreate our password. We're going to go down here to there, enter. That. Switch over. We are going to go disconnect, and we're going to reattach on here too. Just make sure everything's working the way that we want it to. So we're going to go remote here. We're going to go down to here. That on here. And switch back over. Link. Connect. So now we're just waiting for everything to load in. Okay, so now let's take a look at our lovely track. So the section that we laid automatically were just the curves in. So we are going to demolish this outer rail here, right there. So we should be able to get a car here and a car here, and I think that's close enough to where they should fill. And then, so now we're just gonna lay the groundwork based off of where I set it up. So let's just go ahead and drag this across under these, like so. that one. Hello.
Hello.
So, yeah, I'm just doing, I created a little rail yard over here at the oil field. And I was going to try to do most of it with the editor, but it's just being a pain in the butt tonight. Probably because of all my crap that I'm running.
Yeah.
My bandwidth is just a little on the slow side for that right now. So.
Well, I'm not sure what they're using as a server, but
So
there was a point where their hard drive got full.
Oh, for Minnie's work?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have a bunch of people who are doing track stuff, and every time they do it, they're uploading a file to their server.
Well, every time, not just that, but every time you make a change, it creates a new copy of the file.
Right. So
their whole system is kind of inefficient.
Yeah. What they needed to do is set it up so that
it's probably just one computer running as a server, and
yeah, what really they needed a way to download their program onto your own local computer and allow you to do it there.
Yeah. Alright, well, I've got... Yeah, I'm still loading in.
Alright. Let me know when you load in, because I think you're either going to load in at the freight depot, or you're going to load in where you last were.
I'm right by the switch. That last switch where we crashed.
Alright, so, I backed the train up because the train kept going. And then I derailed the train, and I said, screw it, I'm just going to load to an earlier slave before I derailed the train. And then I just backed the train all the way up, so...
Okay.
Give me a second, and I will teleport over there. And we can finish the tour!
Alright. Yeah, okay, I'm fully loaded in now.
Alright.
And I see a curve coming off here, and...
Oh, you're way over there.
Yeah, I'm way over here. I can see if I can actually teleport.
So I'm over by the train, which is back over by the sawmill.
Alright, let me see if it'll let me... Probably won't, because you weren't able to do the third-party teleport before.
If you log into Minizor or to Railroads Online, through Railroads Online Extended, if you log in through that, I think you should be able to. Maybe. I don't know. But only if you're set up to log in for yourself, I think.
Yeah, because Extended no longer asks you who you are when you log in. Why am I not even showing up on the map?
Oh, you're showing up on the map. I see you. I can follow you, and I can enable your cheats. Here, look, I can make you fly.
Oh, here, player name.
But it won't. Yeah, I can't teleport. It doesn't work. But I can like click on you. I can enable cheats. I can give you money. I can follow you. But if you want, I can come get you.
It's actually probably player name now.
Because I can come get you. You're not that far away.
Yeah, let me see if I can just disconnect and reconnect. And then I've got my player name put in. And actually get it to
So you missed all the fun. I've had a bug issue. Put the air conditioner in, and I'm like, okay, normally we don't need to put a space or something to fill the gap in between the panes and the windows. And because normally it's not a problem, because normally most windows are shut, so there's no reason for bugs to come into the house through that gap. Well, it's bright in here and it's dark out, and so I've been swarmed with gnats and mayflies and beetles, and so I had to stuff something in that gap in the window. Normally it hasn't been a problem. So, all right. Did none of that go in? There we go. That went in. I'm looking at the fire and I'm throwing wood in and none of it went in. My favorite place to ride the train? On top of the caboose. Did it let you teleport? Or are you walking it over?
I had to find out my former sister-in-law passed away. I don't know if my son knows yet.
That's sad.
Yeah. I don't know. He doesn't. I'm not gonna get into it. I know you're streaming, so it's not something I want to discuss on stream.
No, I hear that.
No, he really hasn't had contact with much of.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I was younger, my great-grandmother died, and everybody was like all super sad about it, but I've only met her like once in my entire life, and so I had like no emotional reaction to it, because I'm like, I've never known this person.
A lot of trees are. There's a lot of trees I know we had cut down at some point that are back. Did you use the refill trees function on Minizord?
Nope. I didn't do any of that. All I ended up really doing with it was...
Oh, I ended up... Where did I end up?
You are over at the switch track in my first Y. But I'm coming your way. Let me know when you hear the whistle.
No, I can't. I see. Yeah, I see you're coming down the map now. Finally figured out where I was.
Yeah, I wasn't too far away from you. So, let's zoom in on here so we can grab the train and put that on follow. So I already went down and fixed what I wanted to do down at Smelter. So that's all set.
Okay. Really wish Extended would remember where you wanted the windows. Oh, this is a full actual window now. It's not. Yeah, they made a whole bunch of changes. So
Oh yeah, no, it's like a full actual windows, and there's tabs now.
Yeah.
And you can click on the tabs to get to like your rolling stock list, and through there you can automatically go and select engines and open the controls directly without having to try to find them on the map.
I'm on the train.
All right.
So you know these holders on the front and back part of the engine and back of the caboose are for lanterns?
The what and the what?
There's these metal cups on the front of the locomotive. They're supposed to be for lanterns. Like if you were backing up, you'd have the red lanterns in them.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I must have added that to the models recently because I don't remember them being there.
Well, I know there was like some big hubbubaloo about somebody being disrespectful to somebody that was a member of the developing team, and so they like took all the stuff that they had worked on in the game and removed it and then remodeled it with somebody else.
Yeah, now the holders for on the caboose I don't see.
All right. So we are going reverse. We're gonna go there and then there. We're just gonna back up and take the scenic route.
Okay.
I think the cook is just barely able to do this up a slope. Because I'm full regulator and we're barely starting to roll. We won't go all the way up the coal mine because that's just ridiculous. We'd be out here forever.
Yeah. I want to try when we get to someplace, I want to try doing a teleport.
All right.
See if it'll now that I have my username entered, if it'll work properly.
Well, I have my username entered too, and it still wasn't working.
Maybe it's something they just haven't finished
Fixing.
implementing.
But yeah, so I was running the train, right, and then all of a sudden the like network cut out and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I have no way of slowing my train down. As I was going down my hill and I hit a corner and I derailed.
Ah, this is painful to watch that way.
What?
Well, the jittering of the train literally had you leaning 60 degrees over with the caboose almost flying, basically flying off the track, and it hopped right back.
Oh. Yeah. I think I thinned out the swarm in my office. I'm looking at getting indoor bug zappers.
I've had to do that. Our biggest problem here in Wisconsin is the Asian beetles.
Oh, the Japanese beetles? Yeah.
Not the Japanese, the Asians. The ones that look like ladybugs.
Oh yeah, the Asian. Yeah, the
that were imported.
Mm-hmm.
To take care of the gypsy moths. They are horrible.
Yeah, we get those here too.
Well, Wisconsin was one of the states where they released them to kill the moths.
Well,
and
up here we have our big moth problem is the brown tail moth.
Well, the timber industry wanted protection from the gypsy moths, so they brought them in. The problem is in fall they just totally cover the houses, and then they're looking for every little crack in the house.
Right.
And there isn't much in the insecticide that will actually kill them. So, and I got a 120-year-old house, so there's plenty of cracks everywhere on it we'll climb in through.
Yeah, I'm lucky. Our house
So
is...
all winter, every time it warmed up a little bit, some wake up and then work farther into the house.
Yeah, lucky enough, our house was built in like 2014, I think. 2005, yeah, somewhere around there. So not too long ago. Our house isn't that old.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of holes. So like when they came in, I'm like, oh, yep, they came in through the window. So I cut up one of the soundproofing panels that I have extra and stuffed that in the crack to fill in the gap.
Yeah.
So that they won't come in.
Yeah. This house is 120 years old. It was added onto at least 3 times, maybe 4. So I've got...
How much does that iron rail car weigh?
That's gonna show me?
Yeah, if you hover on it to where you get the highlight for the...
The cargo is 1,900, or it's telling me 19,841.
21,164 is the cordwood car.
I don't know if that's just the load or if that's the...
Well, no, that's the total weight of the car.
Okay.
Or that's the total weight of the load, not plus the car. I have a spreadsheet that includes the weight of the cars, too.
Yeah.
So this is how I get down to the smelter. Is through this valley here, which is where I think most people come in through.
Yes, this is the cut that everything to the west of us drains out of. If you follow the low spots in the terrain, this is what everything would have drained through.
So I've got 3 lines that come through here. If you go on the far line straight, you'll go towards Sawmill, then up towards where we just came from, towards logging camp. So that when you have cordwood down to smelter, it's a short track. You don't have to go the long way around. Then there's the inner track, which will connect to the lower part of the line that we just went over. So that you can get back to the main line without having to go the long way around.
Yeah, I run through here as well. My one to the iron mine is on the right side. It starts going up as soon as we get across the gully. I've got one that goes level, going to the coal mine, across to the plateau on the other side of the river. And then on the left side, I've got one that starts going down right after the gully to the smelter.
I actually came back through a couple of spots on here and used the map tool to straighten stuff out and make it a little bit better.
Yeah.
So this is some of the earliest track I laid coming through here. So it was horrible and wavy and bad. There's only a few spots where I still have original track that I laid the first time around, and I'm like, okay, that's good enough the first time around. Most of it's going from iron down to smelter.
I've got a fair amount of my early track yet. I tore up. Well, I guess not really that much. I tore out the 1% up to the iron mine. I tore out the 1% down to the smelter. It was easier to just go 2% and have half the running distance.
Yeah, I think coming down from iron, I'm at like 2 or 3 from iron down to smelter.
Coal's still at 1.5.
That one is because it's just so long of a run that you can go. You can do that at like a 0.25% rate, and it still you would not run out of run.
1%. Doing that 1% to get to the plateau, I did have to do some looping back. That I didn't have to do at 1.5.
Yeah, I'm not.
And then trying to stay along the walls at 1% just gets ridiculous with how many curves and
Yeah.
so. That was before I went to just building with trestles for the most part.
That's pretty much what I've been doing for the most part, is building with the trestles. It's just easier, especially for curves. All right. So I'm not going to make the mistake that I did the last time, which was 1, I couldn't control the train, and 2, I was full reg all the way down. So yeah. I was definitely over speed.
Of course, the thing you don't know when you're laying your initial and you're just running with the Betsy, that thing takes turns like nothing.
Oh yeah, you can put it on like a very tight corner and it'll make that corner. But once you get bigger stuff, I started looking at running like the the triple Heislers and the triple Climax where they don't take corners well because they'll run into each other and derail. I had to start going and getting these big, wide, sweeping curves. So,
Well, the tender on the 440 is horrible. Because those two trucks are so close together that
so we're
that's
gonna.
actually the worst engine for curves in the game.
Which one?
The 440,
The one I don't have yet.
Eureka.
Oh. I think this is. I have a Eureka. What do I use? Oh, I've been using the Eureka for stunting work.
Yeah, because that tender just doesn't handle curves very well.
Okay, we're gonna start off with 50% caboose brake and see how we do. But this is my descent into the smelter.
So as we come across the top of the ridge, I go down along the river
Yep.
into the big valley instead of doing the loop out on this side.
Yeah, you went up around, come off of that ridge to the that's behind us, and then down into the valley.
I come right down along the river. As soon as we get over the top of this high area, then I go down along the river into the big valley below the falls, and have my track do a loop down there to ease the grade.
All right.
Yeah, my track's all coming from on the north side of the smelter.
So now we're going to find out if it was because I was going too fast or is that corner too tight. It wasn't this corner, it's the next loop.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight. That looks really tight.
I can get using my the Betsy's and the Eurekas. Or sorry, no, the Climax, the triple Climax with 26 cars fully loaded with rail will go up this with no problem. And around that corner. With the rail, but 26 cars with rails and is it beams or planks that the coal mine needs?
Coal mine needs planks.
All right.
Planks and rails.
So I got that through here with no problems. So it may just be this engine is a little iffy.
Well, I run on medium and Big Boy Trains he's got his articulated pair of Betsy's that he likes to run, and he's pulled 24 cars up with the Betsy's on medium.
Well, I run full realistic because that's what I've been doing from the get-go, and so my server will be a little bit harder for the people who aren't used to running full realistic to do because they're used to their mediums. Like, people are like, oh yeah, I'm pulling a 25 car, a 42 car train with a single Climax. And I'm like, yeah, you're not playing on real. They're like, oh yeah, no, I'm playing on casual. I'm like, well, the fun of this is getting to control the trains going down this grade. Like, I know going down this grade, I need to stay at about 12, around 12. 12 to 13 is acceptable speed to go down around these corners. So I usually set a tail brake, keep the train in tension as I go down.
Everybody hops on this game and they try to treat narrow gauge like it's full standard gauge, and it's not.
The narrow gauge, to take those tight corners, they never ran full tilt. They were 1 to 5 miles per hour total.
It was faster than pack mules.
Yes. It was faster than pack mules or trying to drag them out yourself. So the train...
And the whole thing about the Porter design originally was that it was an engine that could be packed in pieces.
Yep. So right up here is where it derailed as it was coming around this corner, but I think it was less to do with the engine or the corner and more to do with just how fast it was going at the time. So...
Let me take a look. Okay, you've got... Coming off this curve,
So-
you've got a wiggle right after...
It derailed right about here.
Right about there.
Yep.
It's pretty sharp.
But like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason it derailed was because I was
right
going too
there.
fast.
Okay, I see your problem point. Right where your boost just went. You get, you got an extremely sharp curve right here. In a little section.
But if you go slow over it, it's not a problem.
Yeah, if you're going slow enough and you don't develop too much sideways force.
So drops down the brakes a little bit to get that speed back
one
up.
little spot that's extremely
Yeah, but
sharp for a few feet.
it took me probably about 3 or 4 attempts to even get that corner to work with this loop. Because it's just the valley. You have one valley wall here and one valley wall here, and when you hit that, you have to try to make that corner, and there's not enough run the way that I went to get down to grade.
You could have swung that north end of that loop out into a broader curve in general.
Yeah, but the problem is on this end of the valley, the train starts going back up when you're trying to go down in grade.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of why I go over through the down along the river.
But
Because I can establish that fixed grade going that way.
well, this is pretty much a fixed grade. It's just that one corner that was really hard. I probably did like 4 or 5 iterations of that one corner, and that's the best that I could do through there. And that's a computer-generated corner, too.
There again, when I laid the trestles, I try to do every one as a continuous single trestle from top to bottom.
All right.
So all my curves blend because it's one piece. As you start trying to piece and fix, it can.
Oh, the upturner that we're going to go through in a moment, I did try to do it as one continuous trestle and let it, but I had to go back and put in bridges, and that's part of the reason why things get weird.
Yeah.
It's going back to put in the steel for these bridge sections.
I just delete the wooden trestle and let the bridge deck hang.
Yeah, it would
Not
annoy.
as pretty, but
it would
pretty, but
annoy me.
For what, it works for what the system is for now.
Right. It's got Minecraft physics. I get that. But it would annoy me. Every time I went under, I'm like, that doesn't... No. It... From a physics standpoint, that doesn't work.
Well, steel trestle in the middle of the wooden one doesn't really look real to me either.
Well, I know. Really what I should have done is I should have done a little stonework on either side of that and then put the steel trestle in. But the stonework will run into the track coming down just at the angle it's at. And I'm like, that's good enough.
Game's a work in progress.
So as we come into the racetrack. Here's the opening Y on this end for the track. And then I've got another Y on the other side with turnaround connectors in between.
Yeah.
So you can go in, load up, and then come back out and go back in, out the way you came. But you can do it from either direction.
I see this turnaround as being a place where you're going to have problems with long trains.
Nope, never had a problem.
No?
Nope, I've even done just continuous loops around this thing with a 26 car train, no problem. That is actually a perfectly smooth...
Oh, you used the computer to do it.
I use the computer to do it, so it is a perfectly even...
Yeah.
There are no kinks in that at all.
I do see one kink, but...
It's very, very minor.
Yeah. Yeah, if you try to hand lay one over there...
I tried repeatedly.
You can't hand lay that radius without it screwing up.
Yep. So I did that. I did that with the computer. I had these exercises because I was thinking, oh well, I'll split up trains and like have them preloaded. I'm actually probably going to come back and just delete that track because I never use it.
I went to what I ended up doing was going to a shunting system.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, is shunt them. So I was going to like have somebody could be over here with like a porter or something with a stack of cars and then like load them up and then put them off to the side. And then once everything was loaded, they could assemble it into a huge train. So it's not tying up the main line.
Which is what a real railroad would do. The industry's going to have to switch that stuff out. They're not going to devote a mainline locomotive to sitting here loading. It costs them too much.
So we're going to do one loop around the smelter real quick.
All a real railroad wants to do is come in and pick up the cars.
Yep. So this is what I extended earlier, was this dumping ramp for the cordwood.
Do you have it? You got it elevated?
Yep. So it goes right up and over the ore pile.
Yeah.
So I just need a little bit extra length so that I can fit a 12-car train, which is 96.
I run mine straight through and I dump both the iron end of the cordwood off one track. Because you can dump the both. If you run right straight down the middle of the two, you can dump off.
Well, it won't let you. You have to do it elevated though, because it won't let you do it straight on the ground.
Right, as long as it's dropping it onto the platform, it counts.
Right. Earlier, I dropped cordwood and it didn't count.
I had done a cord with my first cord with line. Came in, then snaked out and around the iron one, and that was always a problem. And I don't remember who I helped do the first elevated one, but yeah, I've built so many variations with different people. Hard to keep them all straight. But
See? Perfect. No issues. Full tilt.
yeah, I could run small trains through a lot. There's a lot of curves you can run the short trains through. It's once you get up to.
Well, the biggest thing with the longer trains is controlling your speed changes. You don't want suddenly stop. You don't want to slow down, speed up, because it takes a while for that to propagate through the entire length of the train.
Well, yeah. Well, also with the handling curves, because they're not perfect. Every change in curvature causes cars to find a little more here and then relax, and your whole length starts. Differentially braking along its length.
Do you want to see if you can teleport somewhere?
Yeah, I can do that. Where are we heading to next?
I'm going up. This is heading up towards Iron Mine.
All right, I'll see if I can teleport to the Y on the plateau. Yeah, that worked.
Okay, now see if you can teleport back.
Onto a moving train? I'm not sure.
Click on the engine and you should pop in on the tender or the second car.
Yeah, that's the problem, is it's not letting me scroll around. Oh, I gotta use the arrow keys. You used to be able to just drag the map around.
Oh, you can still drag the map around. You just gotta make sure it's not locked on you.
Yeah. Alright.
There you go.
Okay, I got back on.
Yeah, like I said, it usually drops you like 1 to 2 cars back when it's moving train.
I dropped me. Yeah, I think I aimed on the tender knowing that by the time it all took effect.
But this is totally my role-playing train because it's got track and stuff. It's my construction train.
Yeah. Well, really, if it was your construction train, you'd be pushing the rails in front of you.
I'll fix it. Don't test me.
Of course, these light rails, it's not like it was such a big deal. A lot of these narrow gauges were built on like 30-pound rail.
Yeah. We have a narrow gauge railroad museum in the state. It's the Booth Bay Harbor Scenic Railway, and it's a narrow gauge railroad.
I don't think we hit. Well, all the narrow gauge in Wisconsin was just used for lumbering.
We also have the Portland narrow gauge railroad, and they do a Polar Express train at Christmas. So we've got a couple scenic railroads. Maine's actually got a few. There's the Aroostook and Bangor Rail, which is now a scenic railroad that used to be part of the Bangor and Aroostook Railroad. And they run an old streamlined diesel.
Yeah.
And then we got the North Conway Scenic Railroad, which is standard gauge. They got a couple of nice diesel engines and some steam engines.
Sad thing is, even though the Milwaukee Road was based in, in Milwaukee, no locomotives were really saved when.
Well,
they went under.
I'm lucky in the fact that I live in space that does where they did save some of the historic. And the North Conway Scenic Railroad is up near Mount Washington. So it's through the mountains.
Yeah.
But it's standard gauge. But it still has like the old wooden train trestles going snaking their way through the mountain. There's one that's like crazy. So there's like two runs that they do. There's one short one that's maybe like an hour and a half trip. And then there's a nice big long one that's like 3 hours out and like 3 hours back.
Yeah. We've got, let's see, we've got one of there's a little short commuter line in the southeastern part of the state that still operates one of the trolleys.
We also have the Seesaw Trolley Museum near me as well, and that's a transportation museum. They've got all kinds of old buses and trolleys and streetcars, and they've got they restore them, and they've got a small track. It's probably like maybe a half-mile loop.
We've got the Mid-Continent Railway Museum. They've got it's about a 15-mile. It was a 15-mile spur track to a quarry that they still operate.
Hey, do you want to go throw some fuel in that engine? I'm down to about 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you fall off?
I'm stuck in a.
You got stuck in the cars?
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring it to a stop for me to be able to aim.
You can't aim?
Not with it jumping.
It doesn't jump on mine.
Yeah, I can't even operate the. Okay, I got the door open. Let's see if I can actually get some fuel in it.
Well, I got some in it, so we're good there.
Did it go in?
We're up to 56. I'll do it on my side, because it's not as jumpy on my side.
I mean, the engine is...
And you just disconnected us.
That's the problem with trying to do it in multiplayer, and it's jumping.
Well, let me break the engine, and see if we
Get brakes
can't...
on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go grab the caboose.
I got a brake on the first car there.
Alright.
It's staying in place.
Alright, well I got the brake. So, alright.
I was hopping between being inside the wood pile and being in the firebox.
Alright. Well,
That's why I said it's better off coming to a complete stop.
I'm stuck in the car, so... I'm stuck inside the tender. So I'm gonna go teleport
Well, let me
here.
release the brake. Oh, you can teleport, yeah.
So I've got the.
I never got a live notification emailed to me for you.
It may be because I'm using Restream now. So I'm not streaming directly to Twitch. I'm streaming through Restream, and that might be why you're not getting notifications anymore. Because it does it different.
Well, it doesn't help you get your viewership.
I'm up to 3 viewers right now, according to it.
Yeah. Well, that one was me. One was maybe you monitoring yourself.
No, it doesn't count me when I watch myself. I've shot that on numerous occasions. So it doesn't count if I'm monitoring it. Because I am monitoring it.
It does a lot of time for me, oddly enough.
Alright. Now the fun part. Can we get this thing started on a... Okay, you released that. Okay. So let's go ahead and go... Oh.
Okay, I got the brake off. It's going to want to pull us back.
Well, I've still got the caboose brake on, so that's what I'm actually going to use to keep us from back rolling.
Alright.
So we're just going to keep releasing. Come on, you can do it.
You got the brake off on the caboose completely?
Yep. Caboose brake's off. That's off, that's off, that's off.
You might need a pour.
No, because the brake on the tender was still on.
Oh.
You said you turned it off.
No, I didn't put the tender. I did the first car.
Oh, well, I didn't do the tender either.
We must have been sitting here with the tender brake on for quite a while.
It's possible. Could have been why it's been dragging then.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going back to my office.
I sure would have hated being a brakeman.
Yeah, especially when you can't jump on top of the cars. Like, for some reason, when I jump forward, it jumps backwards. Have you noticed that when you're trying to jump onto a train while it's moving? Like, I can jump forward, no problem, but...
If you're running, you can do the jump forward, okay. But yeah, walking, it's kind of...
You literally have to be running and then jump. And then you fall off. Yeah, it still won't let me teleport onto the train through that, but...
completely over to caboose doing that, or the tender doing that.
So, we will just hang out here. Alright, let me make sure that Y is not going to send us to the coal mine. It's not. We're good. Although, while I'm over here, I might as well go check to see what the status is of the coal mine.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone who wants to sit here and run 70, 80 miles an hour on narrow gauge really doesn't understand. It wasn't about how fast you get there. Getting more there than you could otherwise.
I have 150 coal up at the coal mine.
Yeah.
That's good.
wonder how that's gonna all work out when they lengthen the cars.
What?
Well, I think it would have been nice if they had put the chutes so that you could load 2 cars at once.
Right?
And I know some people have managed to do it if they line them up just right.
Right.
But the cars got longer, so how is that going to work for those people now?
Yeah.
What change in length and when they add knuckle couplers in, and that's going to space the cars out a bit more.
Yep.
Knuckle couplers were really just about people not getting their hands caught.
Yeah, well, that it also makes decoupling and coupling them easier.
That wasn't the reason why they went to it, though. It was.
It also facilitated the ability to tip cars.
Somewhere around here, I've got a book written stories from the old timers.
Right.
And the railroads fought like hell against the knuckle couplers because it was an expensive safety measure.
Yeah.
Well, they fought against air brakes too. Putting air brakes through the entire train was far more expensive than paying the brakeman.
Yep. This is one of those uneven lines. They're not perfectly level coming through here.
Yeah.
But I made it work. So yeah, this is my run up to the coal mine from this way. And what a lot of people I've seen do is they build a mega bridge across the gap right here to the plateau on the far side.
Yeah, that's what I do because I'm coming straight in. So I can go up to the coal mine. Because I still want to haul lumber directly.
Yep. Well, with that shortcut that we're going to build coming straight off the coal mine down towards the other industries, that will probably be a shorter route for me to haul lumber up to the coal mine.
You're going to go through the saddle, right?
Yeah. So we're going to...
It ends up being longer because where you're going to want to end up with that line is right at the steel mill.
Right. So from there, because right now for me to bring lumber to the coal mine, I gotta come down the valley where we
Well, yeah, the way you're going right now, you have to go down and then back up.
Yep.
So for you, it's going to be shorter. For those of us who built straight across, it actually ends up being longer for the run from the lumber mill, but it's shorter. It's shorter getting the coal out to the steel mill, but it's longer for the other stuff.
Yep.
So, no, I wanted to put a full yard up on that plateau. I was going to build the way a real railroad would when you'd haul cars up there and switch up the trains that you're going to haul up.
Well, I'm up at coal mine. I have a yard. It's a small one. I haven't finished it yet.
Yeah.
Because I figured I'd find out how much coal the steel mill and the refinery will take, and I'd do like full train loads of it down.
Holds like 1,000.
So that's 100 cars. So 100-car train. I think I did the math, and it was like 42 Heislers to pull it.
Well, yeah. Well, you can't pull a 100-car train under the current business model. Maybe when you get to the new splines, the longer trains will be possible.
Well, realistically, for the really steep grades and stuff, they use a cog engine, and it'd have a geared wheel that would actually pull the train up the mountain.
But you can go up to the saddle at only 2%.
Right. Well, what?
Easily, you can easily keep that at just 2%. I've done it numerous times, people. Coming down, maintaining a 3%, a straight 3% down, isn't hard either.
All right. So
Hauling the empties back to the coal mine, they're empty. They don't weigh nearly as much as the full cars did.
So the empty weight of a hopper car is 13,228.
And loaded would be
a loaded
I think it's 10 tons.
So okay, give me a second. We did here, and we want coal, so we're going to do 100 cars. So the loaded train weight empty, or total weight empty, is 1,322,800. A total full train would be 3,527,800.
Okay.
You would need, I think it was like 42 Heislers.
To go up to 2% grade?
No, this is up to 4. Okay, 42 is too much. Let's try 20.
It's only 2% grade you have to go up. Everything after that is down. Coming back up is at a 3% would be your other calculation.
At 4%, I would need 16 Heislers to pull it up. But how many Climax would that be? Because Climaxes are definitely the better pullers.
Yes and no. Well, maybe in a whole chain they might not spin out so often.
Climax, well, they fixed that. That was actually a bug. That wasn't actual. So they fixed that. The wheels spin. That wasn't actually supposed to happen. So let's try 12.
But they would spin out more often. You got a lot more torque to small wheels, so they would be easier to spin out.
It would take 11 Climax to pull up that 100 coal cars up a 4% grade.
What would you need at 3%?
Probably like 8 or 9, maybe. Okay, let's go down to a 3% grade. 8.
8?
Oh no, sorry, that somehow I got quarters in there. But yeah, it should be like 8. Yeah, 8. 8 Climaxes to do a 3% grade.
With 100 cars, which is a length of train that they never would have run.
And a 2% grade would probably be your 6. Actually, no, you could do it with 5. Nope, 6. So with a 6%, with a 2% grade, it would only take 6 climaxes
to pull it up to the
back to pull it up a 2% grade. The only problem is the physics of this game won't handle a 100 train car.
Oh no. No, and pulling them off. It's so easy to pull them off the tracks.
Yeah.
Over a curve.
So the max I think the most people can get away with reasonably is around 25 to 30 cars. Anything over that and the game starts having issues.
Yeah.
So there's the line going back down.
Okay.
On the far side there.
Yeah.
And there's a section where it goes down and then back up. Rather than, what I need to do is relay a section of that so it's even.
Yeah, I can do that 2% even coming off of that side of mine puts you out a little past that gully in that valley. But it can be worked a bit shorter if you follow walls more and have more curves. But
Well,
the straight sky bridge from the end of the hill.
it literally where you come over the ridge is almost perfectly even with the iron mine. So I came down and then it goes back up, and I need to flatten it across.
Okay.
At some point.
I come right off the edge of that plateau that the iron mine is on, and just started sent down. And
You are on tree lookout, right? Occasionally there are trees that respawn when I do map work, but so far we haven't hit any of them.
Yeah.
So hopefully they won't pop up. No, we're good. We would have hit one by now.
Well, that happens because there are actually spots where the trees are in a bunch of different tables because there's so many of them. And they actually have in some spots 3 or 4 trees in the exact same location. So in your current session, when you cut it down, it's gone. Go a certain distance away and come back in where it reloads that area, the tree's back. Or you exit out and load back in and the tree's back. But these arrays, the arrays he used for keeping track of stuff only hold so many. It's wasn't the best written way of doing it. Well, I remember when we were trying to see how many people we could get onto a Heisey server at once at one night, and found out the limit was actually only 16 instead of 64 that they thought they'd be able to get.
Yep.
A lot of unhappy people that night.
Well, there's also just bandwidth and server resources and so forth. Every connection is a lot of information.
Yeah.
So, yep, this is my iron mine. I have a little turnaround loop up here too.
How did you get the pile of lumber to stay in place? Oh, it's not lumber, that's a trestle. Okay.
Yep. It's so I can see up over the cards when I'm pulling down.
Yeah.
The chutes. That's all.
Okay.
Hi. I will be right back.
All right. know, he's under there and you want to lay down there. You stole your spot. And he stole your spot.
Alright, I'm back.
I'll come back.
Okay. So we're just coming up.
You popped up over this to come down the other side of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, everybody goes the other way. I figured I'd be different. So, yeah, I come up over this way, and then this is gonna coast down to where we did the Y.
Alright. Well.
There, now if I ask you to run stuff on my layout, you know where things go. You've been given the nickel core. I'm not sure if there's an optical illusion or is there an actual dip there.
Hard to say.
Nope, there's a dip. That's a good one, too. I'm watching those cars drop. But it's not that bad of a problem coming down or going up because I'm usually not going that fast when I go through here, so.
Yeah.
Alright, it's cold now. My homemade fruit fly trap has not caught anything, which means they are not fruit flies. They're just midge flies, I think.
Yeah.
And gnats and other flying insects.
Yeah, you just gotta have a bug zapper for them.
Yep. Actually, I got a good old-fashioned fly swatter.
Harbor Freight's got these electric fly swatters.
They are not as useful as you think they are. My grandfather bought one. They're great for like Japanese beetles and the big stuff, but like mosquitoes and flies and stuff.
Not a high enough voltage for some of the things. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not that it's a voltage issue. It's just they're too small for them to make the connection between the two.
Well, that's a voltage issue.
Electrodes.
The higher the voltage, the farther
Well,
the easier it is for it to bridge the gap on a small bug. So the higher your voltage, the easier it is for it to cross that gap and zap it.
right, but if the voltage is too high, it'll bridge that gap by itself.
Right. So you gotta have. It's a fine line.
So it works great on most big bugs, like Japanese beetles, flying bugs, bees, wasps, house flies. Not so great on mosquitoes and the smaller stuff.
We have, you know what a mayfly is?
Yeah, we get those all the time. That's what, like,
okay, there's a similar one that's smaller, called lake fly. Okay. And
yeah, I've got a few of those floating around my monitor right now.
yeah, Lake Winnebago and the Fox River system upstream of it because it's lots of marshes and so we get tons of them. And
Hey, if you...
The fish populations that used to control them aren't there anymore.
Yeah. If you want, I can load in an early save, and you can see what this used to look like before I fixed it. So, originally, right about where we're about to make this corner here, so the track used to hug, you can see to your left there, piece of the old rail bed, used to hug this mountain, and this used to be Suicide Bend, because every time you came around it, I would derail and cars would end up on the ground here.
Oh yeah, I had a bunch of those when I did the 1% line, because of...
So, I had to straighten this out, but...
Once you could haul a couple of cars down with the porter at full speed, it's 2 cars, it's the porter, there's no real sideways forces.
So,
and you get the bigger end, you get the bigger locomotive, you're going longer, and how many of those curves just fell apart?
So this came down, and I started curving down here, and it made a sharp right-hand turn, and straight down that empty line of trees. You can almost see the original cut line. And it was just a big old ramp down to about where the beginning of that first Y is, and it came in through there and connected into my lines. And everything came in on the right side of the depot. And then I deleted it all, reworked my freight yard completely. So the way it is now. And then
I don't, other than storing locomotives, my original yard by the freight depot is pretty much unused.
Well, it's
not long enough for storing any.
Well, I could extend that this way towards here along the valley, and I'd get more storage in.
Well, I did a slant I started my slant yard after the freight depot, and there's that little hill. There's that slight mound.
Yeah, right here you can see it right now.
Yeah, and you run into that.
Yep.
So I just decided to go to the big valley on the other side of the hill and do my big full yard. But I've got a map saved that's just cute. How many trees have I taken out? I don't know, somewhere like 20,000 trees I've taken out on that map to clear out the areas where I usually build in.
Right.
Just so I'd have an empty one for when the full line update comes, I figured I'll just start from scratch, and the trees are gone. It won't take me long to rebuild it. I've done it on how many people's layouts, how many times. Besides doing my own layout, I know what to build, how to build pretty quick.
Yeah, it didn't take me too long to do that little freight yard down by the oil refinery. It's just getting the initial placement down of the first T section so that it's giving you enough space on either side so that everything lines up nice.
Yeah. Well,
because if you lay your T's side by side, that's how many lines you'll have. And then for every switch, if you put one T in between them, it will bump it over one lane for the turnoff. And you keep repeating that over, and everything lines up.
Yeah. My way was simpler. I just throw a left hand down and throw a line of right hands down. Ran straight track all down a ways, come back the other way, and you've got your yard. It's quick. Plant yards are always more trouble. Getting your the two ends of your slant lined up.
Not if you use the T connections to lay out the grid. Everything lines up. I'll show you.
Well, you understand the difference between a slant yard and a. In a slant yard, you've got your two parallel tracks on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got slanted tracks going in between them.
Yeah. If you set up the grid the right way, that's kind of what I have over there now. Is slant yards. All right, we're coming to the end of the line.
All right.
Ride's almost over. Get back to work.
All right. So oil well.
So I was working on the oil well, and what I figured we were going to end up having to do is I want a line coming off of it that goes in through the backside and then comes out through the front side, and then kind of makes like
Okay. If you look at your extended,
Mm-hmm.
there's a valley that loops around into that southwest corner, and then you can do a nice gradual grade up to the plateau to the south end of the oil plateau there.
Oh, I see that. So you're saying is loop it around a big through that valley over to
Otherwise,
the refinery?
Yeah, otherwise you've got to kind of, with all the interchanging for the steel mill,
Mm-hmm.
you end up with a really short climb. You can do it, but it ends up at a few percent coming up to the refinery, and then it gets a little crunchy.
All right, so we could set up the refinery as a pass through, then.
You can, yeah. You can
And then run down through that
loop trains.
So come through.
Yeah, you can come up the shallow and the shallow grade and down the steep grade.
Well,
a continuous circle.
So if we come down and from here go into that, loop it around, we can run into the oil refinery. And then from there back in, and then we can make the steel mill a loop around track that connects
refinery is pretty much always a switched endeavor, though. You've got 3 offload tracks all at different. You got up there?
Yeah, I saw that. It's a complete clusterfuck. It's almost as bad as.
It's meant to be a shunting industry.
So honestly, we want to make a freight yard that basically comes off of there, and then.
And if you're gonna do it as a shunting industry, the easiest way I found. I put my tracks to each of the offload for the lumber and it takes lumber and it takes pipe. You put those at like a 1/4% grade going down.
Mm-hmm.
Your cars just roll. Well, you can just back the train in and roll it up to a stop that lines it up for 2 cars to dump. You pull out. Throw the switch, and because everything's at a slight decline, you can just decouple the cars and let them roll into a side track.
All right. Well.
Then you don't have to do so much running with the locomotive. You just have to run it out past the switch and let it roll. The oil wells, if you want to load 2 at a time, it's best to just use a stop as well there.
Well, we can go over to the oil well now.
Yeah.
I'll show you what I have set up so far.
Yeah. The easiest way to get your cars to line up with the spigots, because those spigots are spaced such that you've got a very narrow range where you can actually hit 2 cars at once.
All right.
Alright. So if you look at your spigots, they're actually going to be oh, this is slow.
Yeah, I noticed that over. I'm like, hey, apparently they reset.
But they're gonna be out there at about a 45 out like that.
Why didn't these line up perfectly? What the ever-loving what?
I got kicked.
Probably because I'm building.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm trying to figure out is why aren't my tracks lining up? I did the thingy. Alright.
Okay. It's a tricky.
No, my track
yeah,
went
do
wide.
you have any tanker cars yet?
No, I don't have any tanker cars yet.
Yeah. So you want to have
Think I know why.
I think the bridge deck's a pretty good width to run of how far out to have your track out, if I remember right. If you're trying to get them perfectly parallel, oh god, the distances are not. It's not even.
Oh yeah, no,
crossovers.
Yeah, no, I realized that you can't do it with a crossover. So this track is not one grid off of this one.
No, it's not.
So
you have to. If you truly want them the 2 parallel, you have to come off with a straight track. You have to run a track through there to get your straight track and kind of guess where you're gonna line up the next crossover. Alright, where did I load back in at?
why
I'm up on the trestle above the
why
Y.
won't you connect here? It's supposed to go 2. Alright, fine. We'll go here,
Let's see what.
and then here.
I'm still loading in.
Alright, there we go.
With the grid system, it'll be a lot easier to achieve.
Except for when the last rail decides it doesn't want to line up, even though it's perfectly straight.
Yeah, I know. Because there's those rounding errors with floating point numbers.
Well, no, it's no, I think the last track, yeah. This track and the track on the end are perfectly parallel. They're supposed to be. I laid them straight out using straight.
I did that with my big yard too, and
completely straight sections.
You get rounding errors in the angular part, and it just gets way off.
Well, no, like I laid out switch track straight, so where that one ends and this one ends are perfectly in line all the way. This should be a perfectly pencil straight section of track running through. It's off by 1/4 of an inch on this side for some reason.
Yeah, it's a rounding error in the because every number, for some reason, he stored all the data as floating points. So your angles are floating points as well.
So if I go through here and I run a track from the start of that, right, through here, which would make it perfectly straight, and then I run so I don't have anything, no radius, no nothing. This should be perfectly straight track.
And it works fairly well if you run them all from the same direction. Where the rounding errors come in is if you come from one end back to the other and back and forth.
Well, this one links up. Then I'll link it to here.
But
So that one lined up.
I mean, do you understand how floating point numbers work?
No, not really.
Okay, basically it's a number, it's a decimal raised to a power. Okay. Computers don't store decimals cleanly. Other than half, quarter.
I screwed that up.
So you get these rounding errors, and if you're going in multiple directions lane track, those rounding errors start coming into play, and the two angles won't be exactly the same. Instead of storing it as a fixed decimal, which was just a integer bumped down a couple of decimal places to get that resolution.
Yeah, see? This should be perfectly straight. It's off just by that little bit.
And I'm not sure the T's are even perfectly with their models either.
I've probably never... This is the first time I've actually tried doing this by hand. I usually just let the computer do it.
Yeah.
And so I've never noticed that it's off by that little bit. But it is.
Yeah, and the longer you go, the longer the run, a track you try to make, when I made my huge yard, the more noticeable it becomes.
You keep hitting the wrong button. Alright, well that's two lines done. So we have two straight through lines. So you can load up and not block the
Okay. So operationally, you're gonna be hauling pipe. Well, is it beams you haul?
So you bring in beams, pipes, and lumber.
Right.
And drop them off.
Right. It only holds 3 cars of pipes.
Actually, sorry. Beams, pipes,
and tools.
And tools.
Right. All you'll ever need is 3 box cars. That's all, because that's 99 tools. And really there you just need a porter hauling the cars and tools between the back and forth when you occasionally use them, because you don't use tools very fast. The pipe and...
Did I really just miss that? Do me a favor and delete that track in front of me.
This one?
Yep. Thank you.
Pipe and beams. Try to remember, they're not used at a 1-to-1 rate. Are they used at a 1-to-1 or aren't they?
I always hit the wrong button on the last spline. Don't ask me why. My brain gets confused.
Basically, if you're running longer trains, then you need to do
I am who I say I am.
3 cars of pipe, and then
So this will hold
9 cars of
pipe is what?
9 per car.
9 per car. That's odd. So pipe stacks like logs.
Yeah, so you're gonna bring in a lot of. You can bring in for every car of pipes, you're gonna bring in 3 cars of beams.
And this holds. So 3. Yeah. So these are 3 and 3. And this.
And like I said, the tools, it's 33 per car.
Right. So 3, 3, and 3 essentially.
Well, the tools will last you forever.
Right.
You need 1 car of tools for. Now okay, let's see, you've got, getting pipes to land on the car is tricky. They are very, because they're the narrowest of the long loads. They've got the smallest hitbox, so you have to be pretty exact with where you have the crane end up.
So yeah, I've heard you can't do rolling unloads with these industries.
You can, not with the tools, because it takes too long to unload 33 tools out of a car.
I hit the wrong button again.
But you can do it with the pipe. You just have to go in
really slow.
Really slow.
It's not like when you unload logs.
Right. It's a short platform, and beams are pretty easy to do rolling because it's only 3 per car.
Right.
I believe.
Sure, that's how I do my yards.
Yeah, you might have to adjust your tracks for the. You might be a little far out on track here.
Well, let's hook this up and we'll go grab a
Let me
couple
see if I can
tankers.
get one of these spun out to 45 degrees, and we'll see.
Well, they're spun out on mine.
No, I'm looking at the second side here
Oh,
as well.
it looked like they were. It was close enough. 'Cause
For
I,
loading one card at a time, it's not so picky. But if you want to load 2, it gets a lot pickier.
this is where having a trackball mouse is awesome.
All you have to do is start it moving and hold the key. It'll keep moving. Just hold your button and start the movement. It'll keep moving. Does that with all your shoots as well.
Will that spin all the way around? Yes.
Yeah.
So
But yeah,
45 is what, right about there?
yeah.
Am I too close?
Being that you're at a curve there yet, it might not work.
Right, but the whole
may-
point... You may
You
have...
may actually be colliding with the. Now, top of the tank cars won't collide with the pipes, but your locomotive will. So, like I said, it's a matter of do you want to load more than one car at a time?
Well,
Then it gets-
I will
then
probably
basically
not...
it-
Personally, I will probably not be loading on both sides of the cars of it at a time. I will probably be loading 2 cars at a time on one side.
Right.
So that's more just there for aesthetic looks than functionality.
But getting 2 cars lined up to, because God, that's going to change too when they get the new cars.
Oh, if they're going to be
Oh.
changing the length of cars, they're going to have to redo a lot of the load points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, yeah, and then we get the multiple tiers of cars, and how's that going to affect loading? The people who've been loading multiple cars may find they will never be able to again.
But this one looks good.
But that's the whole reason why there's a master valve down at the bottom. You can, if you have it set up right with stops, you can just let your 4 cars roll to the stops and open up the one standpipe
Right.
and fill all 4 cars and switch them out.
So are you saying we should build a shunting hill?
Until you have the cars over here, it's not worth even trying to figure out.
All right, well then let's quickly connect this to that, and then we'll go grab 4 oil cars and get them set up. I will do the groundwork if you want to come behind and put the rail down.
Yeah, I can do that. You're gonna need, yeah. Well, I did a full crossover out over in here somewhere.
I deleted your crossover.
No, when on mine when I came in,
Yeah.
because you can get away with just a Y if you're gonna loop around to the refinery.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is because the only thing that's coming out of here is oil, which is going to go to the refinery.
Right.
So if I just set
So
it,
coming off the steel mill, you're gonna be coming straight north out of the steel mill into your
Right.
main.
right. So have the Y, make a Y, but one leg goes to the steel mill. Make the steel mill a big loop through because it's got inputs and outputs on either side.
Okay. Are you gonna be coming over the saddle for coal?
Yeah. So if you put,
Okay.
so if we come up over the saddle and come down and pull it into one leg of that Y, right?
Right.
And then
Okay.
we
So,
have a Y split with just a loop around, kind of like what I have up over.
Hop over to the steel mill with me.
All right, let me zoom out. Teleport here.
Where did I end up? In the middle of the buildings?
I'm on the roof,
So,
but I'm also flying.
okay.
So yeah,
So,
if you have,
coming down to the southeast over here, there's a little cut down at the end here,
yep, I see that.
and that's where you want to be coming for your
Coal.
yeah, your cold line. If you come up along, if you come over the hump and then you follow this southeastern ridge down and around,
Mm-hmm.
you'll end up over here with coming in with your coal.
All right.
Depending on what your grades are and everything, I think mine came in. I think I ended up coming
Well,
across the top of the hill here and straight out.
it sounds like the next thing that we should probably actually do then is the line coming up from the coal mine and get that laid out.
All right, so you want to hop up to the saddle then?
Yeah. So, I think what I had decided was I was gonna fork it off just before my big bridge thing,
Okay. So hold on, let me.
so that we're coming off with separate fresh.
Okay, where did you hop up to the saddle?
I'm actually floating above the coal mine right now.
Okay. Come over here to the saddle. And I'll explain to you the easiest way to do this.
I am
Or I
at
could share my screen.
the saddle.
Alright, so
Let's do the nope. That.
oh you're way up. Okay, you're up above up there.
Go here.
So if you come down where I am, well, hey, Blue.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you're up higher than you should be. You want to come down to this low point by me.
Yes.
What was that?
That's not the right one.
Well,
I'm
anyway, there's this little
Right.
plateau.
Yep.
There's a little plateau right here by the saddle. And what you're going to end up doing is having a reversing loop up here.
Mm-hmm.
You'll kind of... This one will just kind of sneak through here.
Okay, where are you?
Hold on. There.
Okay.
You see the tussle I just threw in
Yeah,
here?
I figured that was where we were gonna come through.
Yeah. And then you'll make a loop up on top here to come back. Or then over along on this side to head over to coal mine.
Right. So my thought was, if I go, I shared my screen on Discord.
I had your stream up already.
Oh, if I come off of here, split it here, run a parallel track, I can go kind of straight up and over, right? So these are relatively the same grade or height. I mean, I might have to come up a bit, but
there's a little cut over there.
Yeah, I've seen the little cut and following that.
Yeah.
So I can come around. The only problem I think of is...
Let me see where you're coming out of.
So I can... If I put a switch here...
Let me teleport over to mine here quick and...
So if I put a switch anywhere along here and just branch off, I can follow that track.
Right after your switch here, you can throw one, and then you can start. It'll start coming where it's coming down over here.
Yeah.
You don't have to come down, but there's this cut here, and you follow this around.
Where'd you go?
I'm right over here. I'm right over where your trestle starts coming off the grade.
Alright, give me 1 second. Let me turn off flying.
Alright.
Eats. Alright. So yeah.
So you'll throw another switch here, and then you'll start coming up from here. I just got disconnected, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we just glitched.
Where's it this time? It would be nice if it stored server passwords for you too.
Right? It'd be nice if it just stored your server name.
That would be nice too, yes.
I can't put a switch here. It's too short. I have to rerun the entire length. But I can rerun that anyways, because I did that all by hand.
Where am I popping in at? I'm on the saddle, I guess. Sit here for a few minutes and wait for things to load.
All right, let's delete this back a ways because we can rerun this at any time.
But yeah, so you're gonna start off at a grade from there, and
so am I gonna run this on the ground or am I gonna run this on?
Well, after your switch, you probably want to run a little bit of ground workout to keep it level. You don't want your trestle interfering with the track next to it as it starts going up.
So should I be using variable or constant grade?
I use constant grade mostly.
All right, so we're gonna start from here. We're gonna
variable's good for when you're trying to get two pieces to meet up at the end.
Right.
But otherwise, you should be using a constant grade so you maintain a steady grade across the entire length of that piece of groundwork.
I'm gonna break this off a bit from my other groundwork just so that they won't run into each other.
My extend is hopping back and forth from where I was when I popped up got kicked out to where I am now.
Right.
It's just kind of having a fit.
You may need to disconnect and then reconnect it.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm not fully loaded in.
You may end up getting dropped because I'm cutting trees. It does not like when you have multiple people in their building.
Yeah. Still don't have smooth mouse yet. It's still popping away, loading things in.
All right. Let's do that.
All right, now it's finally loaded in.
All right.
Extended still have enough bits, so yeah, I'm gonna have to disconnect and. Remote. Oh, I gotta recopy the link.
You might be able to just run extended off your server rather than running it off of my server since you're in my server.
It has to be connected to remote. It cannot connect to the local.
Oh. All right.
All right.
First, let's run the rail for this line. We're gonna have to run some more groundwork from here.
All right. So I can teleport over there. Okay. I teleport to the right spot. No. Ah, there you are. Okay. Yeah, all you had to do was get enough groundwork so that you're not going to have to worry about your trestle as it starts coming up right into the train next to it. But
Well, now I have to rerun this track because I had to delete. So we're just gonna.
Ooh.
Problem is it's gonna be like a weird S curve to get it to line up right.
You could try to have an extended do it for you.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. So we're
Or did
just
they
gonna.
take those tools out?
I
I
think
think they took those tools out.
I think they did too.
Because I don't see the buttons board anymore.
But that should work. That's not too bad of a curve.
No, that's not bad.
So, alright. So...
You want me to lay the trestle?
if you want to lay the trestle, I'll lay the bridge work.
Since I know where we're going.
Yeah, you do that, and then I will run
Okay.
the rail deck behind you.
Alright. So let me get up. Try to stay fairly lined up there.
Funny thing is, I have to wait for you to actually drop a trestle. And
I know, so I'm gonna have to come all the way to the end before you can even do any of that.
Alright. Well...
And odds are the first trestle isn't gonna be the usable one anyway.
So, well, you do that, I'm gonna go grab the coal train.
All right.
So I'm going to teleport back down, and I'm gonna go grab the climaxes and bring them up to Iron Mine. Grab the coal, the cars.
Oh, this can be far straighter than that. Yours doesn't come down as far onto that end. So... Huh.
Well, that's not where I want to teleport. I want to teleport here. Teleport here. Why am I not teleporting anymore?
You just kicked me.
Alright.
I don't know. Yeah, it didn't save any of the trestle edges.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, it did teleport me. Alright.
Alright, try this again.
She was murdered.
Climax, and we're going to open that one, Scott, first. Alright, so that for a second. We're gonna go map. There we go.
At least it loaded me back in over by the coal mine.
Mighty Mouse. Okay, we're gonna put that over here. Okay. Synchronized. We are just gonna have to. Yes.
Blue.
So the Eureka, I pretty much use as a shunting engine in the yard. I don't actually use it for anything.
Come here, sweetie.
It does
No,
not
you don't-
like us being really far apart. Either.
Blue. Come on, Blue. Come on, Blue. Yeah, you don't trust coming down lower by the dogs right now.
Okay, that's one fired up. I have you noticed that since they did the water update, you almost never have to put water in engines?
You can overfill the engines. And I'm not sure if there's a something rounding or, but yeah,
Well,
once it's filled to a certain point,
it won't fill up.
then it won't fill up more, but it won't empty either. It's a
Well, the water consumption, they said they turned it way down to make it more realistic, the amount of water that we
as long
actually
as but if your tank isn't filled to that certain point, you'll use water.
Right. The boiler will use the water that displays on your gauge and so forth is actually your boiler level, not the water in
No, well, yeah. If you look at the tank inside the tender, it never shows you an accurate level. But if you look at extended and watch how much is in it, or
right.
yeah, or even if you bring up the train driving screen.
Yeah, the water level is not accurate. Okay. We are at pressure on all three.
I know you're watching him intently because you don't trust him.
compressor wasn't
Mookie.
on that one.
Get over here. Yeah, you go to bed.
All
Go
right,
on, go to bed.
we are good here. So we are going to switch. Nope, we're gonna. That switch is good. That switch to bring us out onto the main line. We're gonna set to about 10. Release the brakes. We should be start these things moving. Oh, synchronize with other engines would probably be a good thing. There we go.
Alright, I want to try playing trestle again.
And brakes off. Oh, it helps if I have the reverser in the right direction. As we back into the engine house.
Yeah.
I embedded half of the 10. Oh, no, it stopped. Let's go in the other direction. Alright.
So.
Those are good. We're gonna flip
The
that
sky-
good. That's gonna go that way. That's gonna go that way. That's gonna
It's
go.
a serious sky bridge, but you don't mind those.
I will fix that. And make
Wait,
it.
yeah, you just throw another trestle underneath.
Well, no, I will do one trestle and then I'll start doing stone pillars.
Ah,
Alright, so the climaxes are on their way up to iron. So, well, those are running their things. Let me actually get them on my map here so that I can follow them. So I can keep track of them, because I will remote control the hell out of those. Alright.
alright, so we come. Ah. There. No, I don't think I made the turn soon enough. Nope. Alright, that's gotta be redone. And I just kicked myself.
Yeah, as soon as you drop the trestle,
Yep.
it built.
It wasn't that many sections either.
So is this good to
Not yet.
build? Alright.
You might want to walk and see what the curves look like to make sure it didn't cut into anything, but when I got down to the
Here, I'm gonna try seeing if we can't settle.
when I got into that box end, I didn't start curving soon enough, and I ended up way too sharp, so I had to.
Alright. We are gonna stop our background music.
Why did it do an S there? Ah,
And we're gonna close that.
from what I can see already, it's gonna have to be done in some shorter sections there to keep it from getting wavy on its smoothing.
All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna try cutting down some of the things that I'm doing, and maybe that'll help alleviate the droppage. So
Maybe.
my avatar is gonna go bye-bye. So we're just gonna go ahead and turn that off, and then we're gonna stop streaming on this camera. Try to save some bandwidth there.
What are you running for a system? I noticed your frame rates were pretty low on warships.
War, it's not that it was low. I can run World of Warships maximum settings, but when I stream, it's a resource hog. So I kind of dumb down graphics and stuff to make things more flow, and I run at like 30 frames per second on everything, so that it still looks smooth. So we are going to
Well,
remove.
I've got the 3090 now, and warships was running.
So I
low
can
end, low end on max graphics. Was around 150 frames a second.
right. I can run it full send graphics. Wow, that's actually a lot smoother now that I turned all that stuff off. Ooh, look at that. I can run World of Warships no problem, full graphics, but I can't stream it because of all the extra programs I run while I'm streaming. What I really need to do is I need a third computer that's dedicated to just running OBS and everything, and then set up a light version of OBS on my computer to pull the graphic streams from into.
You could also use a capture card or capture device.
Yeah, but run my games on a computer that's just gaming, and run my streaming software on something else. I have another computer. It's not powerful enough to do streaming on. Like it'll run the other things that I need, but streaming it is not that. It doesn't work well.
Well, I mean, my old FX system was a monster when I built it.
Well, my other computer was bought as a workstation for my wife when I had my own business. It was basically just a workstation for her. It wasn't, so I didn't need it to be super powerful to do stuff. It was never meant. I love it when they spin in place like that.
Yeah.
Look at it go.
Well, 10 years ago, I had built the FX system with 32 gig of RAM, with a board that could literally run 4 video cards. 2 of them are X16 slots, which you won't find on many boards. Yeah,
I have one X16, and everything else is that new one. The board I bought for this computer is not a full. It is a full size board, but it's not a full size board. So it's missing. It doesn't have very many expansion slots. But at the time, it was a good option for what I wanted it to do.
Well,
but now
when I upgraded, I only went to another 8 core. It was this got a little curvy here.
Yeah, you could probably hit that.
And then it clipped in right here.
Right, but I think this is where you dropped, right?
I dropped way down farther yet.
All right.
But it clipped. It does that.
So yeah. So we'll
just have to relay the whole length and try to keep it straighter.
Well, no, we'll just relay this section.
No, because we're gonna want we're gonna want to be out a little bit farther to the right of me here,
All right, so
so we're not coming into that curve quite so tight.
yeah, so you kind of want to hit that corner a little bit over here
Yeah.
more.
And when you're laying these, unfortunately, you can't see all that until you're actually up on a trestle.
And where's this sky bridge you were telling me about?
There's that little valley is right
Oh, is this further down?
here. It skips a bit here. There's this little steep gulp.
Is it further down?
Where are you at? No, it's right by me.
Oh. Well, it didn't look like a sky bridge on
Actually-
my side.
If you come down here, right there, and then
I'll throw some groundwork under it and call it
that
good.
cut there, and then there's this one here. There's a section that is really steep here as well. There's two steep ravines that
Oh, I see it.
cut across.
That's not a sky bridge.
Yeah, it's spanning a.
Have you seen my sky bridge?
Yours? No. You should see some of the ones I put in for Higgs. That plateau over by the
Yeah, I've seen some
by the
really.
iron mine. We never touched the ground coming across that.
If you go back over and you can actually see my
Oh.
sky bridge, across the valley. So
I taught him good how to make them.
So if you come over here, you can see
Green.
my sky bridge. Here, let me cut down this tree. It's in the
Oh
way.
yeah, I see that.
You're
I
obstructing
can see it.
my view. That's
I
my
see that.
sky bridge.
That's the little one.
It looks little from this side. That's like 4 stacks of stone earthwork. Actually, it's only 2 stacks of stone earthwork. Like 1,
I hope I'm
2.
fairly
Yeah,
lined
it's
up
2.
here.
It's only two full height of stonework, plus a trestle height.
All right. I'm just off
Why
this
are we?
side.
Oh, because I didn't speed up. Full send.
Ah, it fell off.
So it's coming around the bend. The 3 Heislers the 3 climaxes were coming around the bend, and I forgot to accelerate. So they got up, stopped, and then rolled backwards.
Oh, I think I might be coming off at too shallow an angle there.
All right, I'm gonna have to go investigate. I will be teleporting. You shouldn't have gotten dropped now, right? You still in?
No, I didn't get.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I think my system was just trying to do too much, and so it had to kick the least important, and so it booted you.
Yeah. Oh, Zach just picked up a. 5950 X.
And they're off. All right. I'm going to teleport to the dam here. I wasn't paying attention in it. I think 40% will get me with 3 engines all the way up the hill, no problem.
Mm.
So, all right.
Yeah, Zach just got himself a 5950X for a processor.
I'm running a Ryzen 5, and it's octa-core,
I'm running a set. I think mine's a 7.
But I built my computer, I think around now, it's about 2 years old now.
Yeah.
So, and the graphics card I bought at the time wasn't the latest and greatest. So it was like I think it's an 8 gig NVIDIA card.
I upgraded from a pair of RX 580s to the
But apparently
to the
there's like a memory RAM booster thing that I can stick in my PCI 1 slots.
okay.
Apparently that's a thing now. So
Not sure why, but
it gives your game. It's a system boost. It's
only if you don't have enough RAM for it to.
right. Well, I still have RAM slot extensions, and at some point I will probably go upgrade my RAM, but it's not a priority right now.
Yeah, I pushed after I got the new video card because I had gone with 32 gig of RAM. I got the 24 gig video card, and I like to have a significantly higher amount of RAM than my video cards. So
Yeah.
I went up to 64.
Yeah, I think I'm running 16 gigs right now. I have two 8 gig sticks.
That's pretty low. That's
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I haven't had an issue until I started streaming. So I think my next thing is I'm gonna buy 2 more 8 gig sticks, which will bring me up to 32.
If you can afford to throw another 32 in, do that.
Well, that would be me upgrading to 2 16 gig sticks.
I mean, you've got 4 slots, right?
Right.
Yeah. So throw another.
I currently have 2 8 gig sticks. It needs
Right.
when you
So you'll end up. Yeah, throw another 32 in, get up to 48. For streaming, that's when you start
memory
getting
likes to be matched.
It doesn't have to.
Or is that something that has changed?
It has to match between the 2 slots,
Right.
not between the 2 banks. The only ones where it had to be and actually that's because on an FX system, it's quad channel, so technically 4 slots for 1 bank. On dual channel, your 2 slots are 1 bank, and those 2 have to be matched. You also want the speed of all your sets of RAM to be the same.
Well, yeah. So I will buy
same speed, same latency, and that's basically what they mean by matching, is that you are keeping the same speed latency.
These cars say car flip R, and the second R is hidden behind a metal plate, right? These cars literally say the exact same thing, car flip R, and the R is hanging down.
Huh. Did you only get 1 R on the other ones?
No,
one?
For some reason, this one put it into 2 separate lines, whereas when I labeled these cars, it placed it in a different spot. So the C is behind a bracket and the R is behind a... So it says R flip R.
Mm-hmm. Do you end up with an extra space or something?
I don't know what happened when... I think one set was labeled when I purchased the cars. The other set was labeled using the tool to relabel cars. But see, the ones on the back end here are fine too. It's only those 3 cars that are weird.
Yeah, it's odd. Alright. So I'm...
Oh, while I'm here, I might as well make sure the switches are set. So I want the engines to come in. So I want it, yep, I'll come in, and then we're gonna go, actually no, we can work with that. We'll go in, pull up, stop, back in, grab the first set of cars, and then we'll grab the second set of cars. Alright. Yeah, I turned off my avatar. And the stream coming from the other computer, and everything's running a lot smoother now. I think what it is my avatar software just uses so much memory.
Yeah.
That's slowing stuff down too. But people like the dog.
Alright, I need to...
And for some reason I stopped streaming to Facebook. Unable to connect. Why are you unable to connect to Facebook? So let's try our restream dashboard and see if we can't get it to connect. Unable to connect. Off. On. Let's try it again.
Where am I? So
I've started streaming to Facebook and YouTube as well.
You're doing them simultaneously with that restream?
Yep. So when you stream, what it does is you stream to restream. Oh, hold on, I got trains coming in full speed. So you stream to restream server, and then restream then streams to the servers you tell it to. So it doesn't take any additional bandwidth or anything. So it actually works really well so far.
How does it handle the chat and stuff then?
So it combines. Through OBS, it has a combined chat that shows everything, and it'll say where the person's coming from. Whether it's YouTube, stuff. So it does have a chat that's in your OBS doc. And then I have a separate chat that I monitor for Twitch. Okay. But everything shows up through there. It works pretty well.
I've got it up over here. It's up a little high. Yep, and I got kicked, I think. Yep.
Hopefully it dropped it.
Yeah, it showed up.
Alright. And...
We'll have to walk in and see how it turned out, of course, because...
Right.
You never know what the smoothing's gonna do.
Okay. Well, you load back in. There we go. Throw that switch. I'm just grabbing my first set of cars. Reverse and go slow.
I see one spot where it might have gotten funky looking at extended. Hard to say. Because some things could look like a right angle on extended and they're not.
Yeah. Make sure that brake is on.
And if you really don't care about going mid-air, that spot that looks sharp could actually come straight across to join in where you need to loop back.
Yeah. I will build up to the bridge to make it look.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that because
realistically, Narrow Rage, they hugged the mountains because there were only going to be like 3 or 4 car trains with 1, maybe 2 engines pulling at max. so that you could
And-
take it slow through those
Well-
sections of track.
But as they hugged it, they were cutting in and then moving that material out to the side to fill in the other part. They were moving the minimal amount
Yeah,
of material, the minimal distance.
right. So they were literally hugging the mountains and so forth. But we don't have to pay for materials or labor or any
Right.
of that other stuff. So sky bridges are a thing.
We
So,
also can't do even a minor cut, so
right. So although they want to bring, apparently that's a feature that they were going to work on, is being able to manipulate the terrain.
well, you know, 7 Days to Die has much bigger worlds, and that's completely destroyable.
I totally derailed the entire line because they came in too fast.
Yeah.
Crap. Well, I know what I'm doing now. It's so hard to get these connected with 3 engines. It really is. You've got to be on the brake. And
Yeah. I had thought about trying to do a. Okay, I'm loaded back in. A gravity drop from both the coal mine and the iron mine.
Yep. So where you just push them up
But-
over the hump and then let
yeah.
the cars ride down.
Yeah, the issue is how do you accurately get the cars to stop at the bottom without.
They'll crash into something and derail.
Yeah. I suppose if you set a certain amount of brake on them before you let them roll,
Yeah.
but you'd have to make kind of a bowl at the bottom, and
Yep. That's how my lumber cars are set up. My lumber mill is set up.
yeah.
It's a little bit of a bowl, or it used to be. Now it's not so much of a bowl.
All right. So hopefully deleting these other
Come on.
these old trestle sections doesn't cause a crash.
There we go.
All I have to do is figure out which one's the old one.
And trying to re-rail on a curve really sucks.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll... Fuck it. I'm about to hit the fuck it bucket button. Pull you ahead nice and far.
This looks fairly. I'd say this looks pretty good so far.
Alright.
I have to
Alright.
get up to where it looks like that sharp bend and see what that looks like yet, but
How the heck did you end up there?
oh, it cut it on me, of course. It smoothed into the hill.
Of course it did.
And it's on a grade, which means you can't just...
Now you're gonna mess up the other train. Come on. Drop.
Alright, I guess I'll have to make another iteration.
Okay, let's try here. This car does not want to get on the rails.
If they've got even the slightest motion, they may move sideways yet, or
No, it just did not like being on the curved rail. I put it on a piece of straight track and it locked on right away.
okay.
So now we gotta move this car.
Oh yeah, this went wanky here too.
So we're gonna.
For some reason, it curved it way out and then came back.
No, if you slid the other way, you would have been perfect. Can I get one here without it interfering? Maybe. Okay, there we go. You're far enough away. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna back you up slowly. Like 1%.
This really did some goofy smoothing here too.
Alright, so that's good. We're gonna stick link pin. Those are still good. Yep. And so we're just gonna put the link in the pin here. I'm gonna have to put fuel in this here soon. Why aren't you moving? Brakes off, reverse is full.
Steam pressure?
Nope. No, every now and then it just the pistons get stuck because they were like in mid-stroke and it doesn't know how to do it, forward or reverse. So you just gotta have to bump it up. Okay, let's give you a little break. Slow you down to like 2. Or that's good. Just ease it in there, buddy. Okay, that one's connected. Now we just gotta ease it into these. So that brake on, that brake is at 100. So that is gonna totally kill our momentum. So we're just gonna ease it back nice and slow. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention and it came in way too hard and just popped off 3 cars. Or 2 cars. Okay, let's apply a little brake. Nothing popped off. Alright. Reverser forward. Give it a little gas. Come on.
I'm gonna see if I can kind of.
Oh, brakes still on. I'm like, why are we not moving? Brakes are still on. Alright.
I want to keep this curve a bit.
I do not want to go full speed. Full speed causes derailments. And hello and welcome. I'm gonna call you Smalls. Dog camera is causing too much lag with the game with multiplayer, so I turned it off.
Oh, that definitely ended up being a sky bridge then.
All right. I can go back and make it look pretty after.
Yeah, trying to keep it from flipping in and.
So now we're gonna pull this train past the switch, and then we're gonna have to back it all back in, nice and slow on, grab these two cars, pull forward again, and then we'll go back and grab the other other set of cars.
Take one here.
Brake. Set at like 1%. Brake off. Okay, so that was pinned, so we're going to
End up
pin
way over here.
shackle, and then we are going to go shackle pin. Okay, give it a little bit more power. Sometimes the climax is just, you need to give them the gas and then cut back to get them to roll.
Well, most locomotives actually needed.
You had to go almost full open reg to get them going.
You had to slam the throttle and actually spin the wheels to break the.
Yeah. To break
yourself free of the friction on the axle.
Yeah. All right.
But then your wheels were spinning and you couldn't gain traction, so you had to back it off so you were.
Yeah.
Could actually move.
Okay. Brake. That a little bit.
Okay, so I am here.
All right. That's good. Ease it in there.
Okay, this is gonna probably end up kind of sky bridging. Because I'm going to try to lead into the reverse over there.
No, I'm not gonna go faster. We are easing it in here because we do not want to re-derail the train. Alright, and we're going to take the brake off that, and we're going to ease it back into the next one.
Alright, so bring this across over.
Link that.
Here somewhere.
We're going to break that off, go back here. We're going to full brake.
Alright, I'm finalizing this big section.
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back.
And I'm kicked.
You got kicked because you just dropped the section of track. Every time you build something, it kicks you.
Every time I build something big, it kicks me, yeah.
Alright. Well, let's get this guy to do the calculations for it, but I'll be right back.
So whenever I get loaded in here. Oh, I'm going to plug the mouse in. Alright, I guess I'm loaded back in now. And now I gotta deal with a wired mouse that's gonna keep wanting to go wherever it wants. Well, that one goofy is frickin' hell. Where did it load me in? Back over here.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Anything derail while I was gone? No? Good.
I have no idea. I just got loaded back in.
Alright. We are going to go forward by like 5%. And now we have a lot more train cars.
I got a little bit of a wave coming across that the end of that canyon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. I have 11 coal cars.
We might just have to accept what it came up with because
You can't fix it?
middle of a deep valley with not a lot of length just
Right.
doesn't give you the most options.
It breaks.
Comes down to how much do you over tweak it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm okay. I plan for 4% on all my trains anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, it didn't even end up being a sky bridge here. It's just in contact with the ground.
Okay. Brakes applied. Slow it down more. Okay, that's good. Oh, I killed all my momentum. Come on. Nope. Come on, you can do it. I don't want to have to jack the speed up too high. Four? Can you do it with four? There it goes. The problem is where it's got a little bit of an uphill, and then once you get over, it goes down again. So I gotta like watch the speed backing up into here very carefully. That should be enough to carry us in. A little break. Good. Nothing popped off. Yay! Success. Alright, let's run through the cars, make sure there are none that are broke. One thing that I have noticed is on longer trains, you can't get to the back of the train.
Yeah.
The window just the bar pops back to the front.
Ah, that one's super sharp.
Okay, we have a set of coal
We can
cars.
probably fix that with groundwork. It's up here on the plateau.
We're gonna pull out. Let's go make sure that's set and that's set. Okay, forward. Kill the brakes. And 15% should be able to get us forward. And we are going to ride in my favorite location on top of the caboose. If we can get up there. Come on. Come on. Get up. Alright.
You up by the coal mine?
Iron mine. I'm picking up
Iron
the
mine.
coal cars. I'm on my way to the coal mine.
Ah. At some point, you'll want separate sets.
Yeah. There we go.
That's part of how I ended up with over 100 cars. Is I wasn't going to keep changing out sets for this and that.
Oh yeah, no, I will get there eventually. Like right now, I have 26 flat cars for planks and rails. I'll probably need to buy another set of log cars for pipe. But like you said, I think I need 3 at a time.
Well, you got to deliver up to the refinery as well.
Right, but how many does the refinery take?
It doesn't go through them very fast.
So, 3 cars of that, and then
What your oil barrels actually end up being is wooden barrels, and they're using the pipe to make hoops.
right.
How that works, I don't know, because it's not how you make barrels, but
Right. So, yeah. And then the barrels get transported in cordwood cars.
yeah, and it's a lot of barrels per car.
So, And currently I have 12 cordwood cars.
Yeah.
So.
This is all Skybridge. It's only a couple feet off the ground, but it's all Skybridge. uh, let's see. Those.
Alright, we'll let that do its thing and we'll go check on you.
Clearing trees out of the path at the moment. Am I stuck?
I am, like, bouncing all over the place as I'm flying. I'm being dragged across the map.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, when you fly off of a locomotive, yeah, you have to get on the ground and then start flying. Otherwise, you're still attached to the locomotive. It's great for camera shots when you're streaming, or if you just want to follow and stream the cars like that. It's great for that, but it's a pain when you're.
So you're going to come up here and then loop it back around?
Hold on. Your way up for it. Yeah, it'll come up and loop into that piece coming through the gap.
All right, so you're going to follow this way then and go back up here and then turn around, or are you going to turn around on that little plateau?
On that plateau.
What?
I stopped where I did because I know I was close in height and I don't know exactly how the two are going to line up until I start coming back. And that all comes down to, is this the final version, or do we need to do any more touch-ups on this yet, or...
It's a little Skybridgey, but I'm not going to go back and put groundwork under that. That's just a little, that's nitpicking. And you cut across.
I've seen pictures of where narrow gauge was built on basically a cantilevered shell.
Yeah. That's not too bad. That I will probably fix.
Which one?
Where you loop back in the valley.
Yeah, I had to keep the curve wide enough to not be a problem.
Let's end our flying, and I will start doing that.
But if you think the rest of it looks fine, we can start running track up it. Or I can, well, maybe I should go tie those two trestles together up on top.
Yeah, I will double check, but so far it looks good. As long as you don't think this corner's too sharp.
Which corner?
The one where I'm doing the groundwork for. Come on, get up there.
I mean, it's not bad.
But we'll fix it out with track on
I
top.
mean, yeah, the track will smooth it out. It's better than what it would be if I went farther back in.
Are we going up here or going down? And what are the grade?
It's going up at a 2% grade.
All right. Did I use variable? I did.
The waves
Crap.
that threw into it here though are kind of annoying. But oh well.
I'm like, why is it not adjusting like it should be? Because I was using variable grade, not constant grade.
I gave up on trying to outsmart the smoothing algorithm a while ago. No matter how hard you try, it'll always throw another loop at you.
Yeah, that's why I started going to computers and using the tools on Minizorg,
Yeah.
because that always did a good job.
Come on,
But
cut.
but you have to do the groundwork, prep work. So like if you want it to smooth out curves, you can, but you've got to put the effort in.
Yeah.
And we're going up 2. So you sure this section's a 2% grade?
That's what I was laying it all at.
Because it seems to be. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna have to fine tune it once I get sections.
Well, okay. Now remember, you're laying at a slightly different when you're talking about a curved spline on an incline. Every change in length changes what the
Come on.
it would be a 2% grade right at the middle. If you're going down a perfectly straight one, it'll say an even 2% along this length. But as you go along something that's curved, when you're on the outside, you're a longer length. When you're on the inside, you're a shorter length.
Come on. Good.
You know,
Up there.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm just trying to get back up there.
The same reason why patching things into curves just gets ridiculously problemsome if you don't do it in long sections.
Can I get up this little crack?
You might have fallen into a spot you can't get out.
No, I'm trying to get back up here
Okay.
to the up part, and I'm trying to get, and there we go. Try and get back up onto the cut so I can put these where I want them to be.
Oh, I'm actually a little low here. I stopped that trestle a little soon to pick up the high point. All right.
There we go. That looks better. I won't do the backside because I don't care about the backside. It's only the front side that I really care about. That'll work.
I think I'm going to change this into a multi-part coming through the pass.
Okay, I'm going to do the other side too.
So we can get it started on the curve better. All right. That clipped in on me. Alright, so I clip into the ground again.
There we go. Good enough government work.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I'm actually high enough yet. I'm not.
I'll take a couple more puffs and then you will be.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I just found a high spot that I'm gonna have to actually clear.
All right. Let's.
All right.
All right. Is there anywhere else where I need to?
That's the fun part of this job.
What? Cutting down the trees afterwards?
No, figuring out where the little rises are that you actually have to clear with your groundwork.
Mm. Oh, you're trying to link these two up?
Yeah, and find the highest spot on the plateau that you have to clear.
Well, if you need to, you can run back to like probably here
Yeah,
and
there's
just
just a little.
do like a 0.5%, like do like 2.25 grade, and that'll give you a little bit extra height on the end over here.
Yeah, I think I found a high spot now. But as I find a new high spot, then I have to
I think if I remember correctly, I could do like 50%
I
with those
think that's the
cards.
highest little bump on the hill, on the plateau. Yeah.
Now, which way are we coming in? We're going to send this the long way around.
Wind up with this.
So let's switch that over to that way. That will send it down by the waterfall. And we'll stop it at the coal mine. And just out of curiosity, I want to try something. This is just morbid curiosity on my part. That's a good height. So
The other end of my trestle over here.
I run my trestle and I start off here and I go straight. Let's see.
I could come off the top of that one.
There. And then alt so we can curve it.
Otherwise, I have to try to meet up back in there somewhere.
Problem is getting it over across this gap. I would have to.
That gets too sharp. It gets way too sharp.
All right, so let's run a constant stone grade wall from that height. Did they shorten the spine length? It feels like stone walls, I used to be able to make them longer.
I felt like they were at first too. I can't. without being able to actually measure things, it's hard to tell what they.
I feel like they shortened them. I feel like I used to be able to drag them really long, the stonework or the groundwork stuff.
Mm,
Okay, so that will be about there. And then we're going to have to do another groundwork from here out to get across this section. And that'll get us to about there. And then we'll do this again.
where are you trying to?
Oh, I was seeing what it would look like if I went straight across. That's all.
Straight across.
From where we broke off.
Mm, all right. How's that turn out? Curve doesn't look too bad to me.
Did I go a little too short? I did go a little too short. Dang it.
It might be. It might be a bit sharp. That's. Uh, mm, all right. I think what I need to do. Maybe I'll just try a fixed radius. If I go to a certain number of, well, I can't count them because I can't keep it. That's why I never do it. There are reasons why I get rid of so many trees before I build.
Right.
Laying track is so much easier when you can actually see what you're doing.
Right. This is also why I tend to fly when I'm doing long bits of track. Now, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to, all right, get high enough now to where I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. All right, so we are here. All right, so if I do it like that, what I just laid, that's a 3% grade.
You're coming straight across.
Yep.
If you want to, but you still have to reverse it.
So once you go up to here, you swing it wide around, which would be a little bit of a sky bridge. Or I could even kind of pull it a little more to the left and start curving it towards here, come through that gap, and then hug the wall.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get a decent curve up here.
I see that.
It's a little bit of a tight spot, but you kind of want a level area to be able to set brakes and take your throttle off and set brakes before you start that steep downhill.
Well, yeah, if it is a steep downhill, but if you...
Yeah. All right. Let me see how that...
So if I came off of here a little more, bridges, wooden trestle, like here, and came kind of...
Let me see where I can come in. I gotta get up on top of that somehow.
like that, and then if I came this way,
Trying to figure out where my two grades will actually meet up here.
I came out like that, and then kind of brought it like...
All right, at that point I'd have to start coming down.
there.
Is that curve gentle enough?
Could be.
It's still through one sharp spot there.
Right, but that's just the initial...
Well, it kicked it to the left before starting to turn to the right.
Right, so if I pick a
Of
different...
course it does.
So if I grab a spot... So really, I just wanted to get up to here. So if I grab this from like...
And then it did something goofy over here on you.
If I did from here...
Instead of keeping that a nice smooth curve, it kinked it in and then kinked it back out.
That, and then hit the alt, and then we bring this around like
You
this.
become look at the goofy shit it did over here. Oh my god.
Well, I'm trying to get around my goofy shit.
Yeah.
So
What should have been a fairly smooth curve, it brought in. Ah.
and then like that.
Get rid of the extra stuff here. Is that where?
Here.
Oh, that's where you're coming in through. We're trying to come through. Ended up a little low, huh?
No, that's actually a good height.
Is it?
Yeah.
You cleared through it?
Yep.
No. So should I just delete everything I made up here then? Is that what you want? Is that the route you want to come?
I'm thinking, because that, granted, that's a 3% grade,
Yeah.
but even we could still use part of what you did. Like, we could come off of this plateau over here and then swing it across this valley here and then bring it in that way and make that curve rather than trying to do a curve up here where it's like super tight. You see what it did to you.
Yeah. Just, it just why? uh, I can't say how many times I had to quit just to let the frustration drain.
So is that all flat up here? This track that we're
the stuff I've been laying, yeah.
Yeah, it's all even grade.
Level.
All right, let me try my hand at it.
And get rid of some of my excess
So you're
tries.
So you're coming across this way. Let me see if I can drag what I have up to where you... Because if you came... Hold on. Okay, let me try something here. I'm just going to drag from... First off, I'm just going to drag from...
I'm going to get rid of
that
circle.
Across, just like that. All right. So now we have an even...
This is the low one.
Lock in there. Lock in there. There we go. All right. Now, if we came from like the middle of this here, right about there, and came in okay.
Well, being that this is all level, it's easier to patch sections into.
Here. And then
it's level, so it's not like changing the length of this line changes your end height.
Right. You're just trying to smooth out the curve.
To straighten it out, yeah. One advantage of that being level there.
I'm actually going to pull you out a little more this way. start curving you in
If you-
here.
If you can do it without running into the ground at all.
No, I did. I was very careful of watching where it was going.
Yeah,
You may have to.
looking better so far. One section. Well, you barely cleared the ground there.
No, I know. I saw that.
That was close. Yeah, I tend to try to give myself plenty of space against the hills just because I never know where it's gonna. Even though it looks fine now, it's the final smoothing when you finalize it may still throw it into the hill.
I think your biggest problem is coming around this bend.
Yeah.
So how's that look? The stuff that I just laid.
What I saw so far looked pretty good.
All right. So I'm gonna actually try.
If you leave yourself some length, you can always run at a slight decline so you can still touch the ground as you come around there.
So I'm deleting some bridge work.
Or just go straight across over and just forget about coming even into this.
Actually, yeah, that might be a better option.
You've got the length that you should be able to drop it down enough to touch the floor as you come around.
Yeah, let's try that. Coming off of here like that.
Hopefully you have enough length that you can drop to the floor.
So 10% downgrade.
Did you touch?
I touched to here. It's so that's how steep it is. So if
You want me to well, pick a spot and I can build you up something to touch at. Figure out where you want it, and I'll bring you some groundwork or another trestle to touch it too.
Let me do it this way. All right.
Because with you laying it, I can bring something to where you need to attach.
We run a bridge work across here.
To bring it out as straight as you want it, or
I'm trying to. That's where we need to go. So.
Okay, I can't see it yet.
I'm trying to line it. I need to go over here. All right. So we're going that way. So we want the only problem is where I started. It literally can only go that far before I have to drop another piece.
Well, I can throw something down where you need to touch. So
we can.
Give me a Oh, you stopped already?
So if we pull this from...
Well, you're gonna want to start an incline from there anyway, or a
Well, no, I'm just gonna try to do this straight across without it. I lost my little marker there.
I'm trying to turn the fly on.
Is that... I can't tell from this angle if that's touching or not.
Hold on.
Yeah, it is. Okay, good. So if we... So we've got steps here, so we've got to step down them. And G...
Trying to get myself set to flying, and it's having trouble.
Okay, that's on the floor. So
enable flying. All right.
So that's
okay. You're
okay. And we're gonna
coming
go
out
that way. And then
you're gonna try to touch straight from the plateau here to this sec.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
I forget how to go up and down.
You have to go to the third person view and adjust your height.
That's
V. The
V.
V button. Where? Oh, there's my little marker.
all right. So
I'm trying to lay. All right.
we'd
See,
be
like,
attaching here.
so I need to go
And
down a
going
bit and V.
straight across to there.
So from here, that's the wrong groundwork. Groundwork, okay. So we're gonna go from here. This is just, we'll end up deleting this afterwards. This is just a,
Yeah. So you're trying to come out there.
yeah. So what I kind of want, what I was thinking of is kind of come like straight off the mountain.
Yeah, I think your groundwork might be a little off where you need to be, but
I think one more run should do it. This is just to,
well, let me put this coming out off of the
so we can,
where you would need to come straighter off. So now you got that's what you're actually aiming for is there.
so I can drag it to the right a little bit.
It's stupid. I wish it didn't keep drifting when you.
Yeah, well, you're not actually supposed to be able to fly in this game. So,
I know.
and then I think we need one more off of that.
Yeah.
About this.
You see where I brought the trestle out straight
Yeah.
up?
So we're gonna
So
come off like that.
I really don't like trying to pick a spot while drifting. All right, so
We run that into the wall about there. Okay.
is that okay? It's touching there.
Wooden trestle. Okay.
I got it. I got one.
You're working one straight across?
I forgot to remap my keys for the frickin' other. All right. I'm not sure what gradient this is going to end up at. Drifting is so much fun. You're coming that way. I think I ended up off a little bit. That actually came up pretty close in height-wise.
Yeah, if I just run it a little bit further. This is 2% up into
You
there.
got one going one way, I got one going the other.
But the really scary thing is look how even they are.
Well, yeah, they're
They're
close.
they're really close to being the same height. Because I started mine a little further back. But yeah, if you went straight across like that, then you don't have to try to You can come in, do the current turnaround. It's flat, it's even,
Yeah.
and then you can bring it right along this and ride this ledge all the way down.
Yeah, the issue is always getting across that stupid ravine, canyon, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I drifted a lot when I started that thing, because that's not even where I picked to start from. This flying is...
What
That's why I don't like
about
building flying.
if we came up over here? So there's a little valley over here, right? This little notch, like right here.
Mm-hmm.
If you came up through here and then did a loop around above here, bringing it up in and over this ridge, and then you could bring it down and follow the line down.
Let me come up over where you are.
So kind of ring it around this peak. So if we continued your original track, right?
Mm-hmm.
But started an upgrade, came up through this little notch here.
Yeah, and then you're up higher than what you really need to be.
But then bring it around here, come through this little valley here over that ridge line.
You want to tie into your iron mine?
No. I although I've heard people doing it that way. No, just kind of bring it around here over this ridgeline and then loop it down and start your downgrade. That way you have more space to make that turn.
Yeah.
Or even if you came, if we
came all the way up to.
So if all right, if you look on my stream, which you'll have to wait like 10 minutes for it to catch up. Even
if we just came across where I'm standing right now, but then you have to come up that much higher to have that room to really swing out and around up here.
I'm like, why did the train stop? Because the train ran out of steam.
I mean, there's lots of spots where you could go wider. It's just how much higher you have to go and up and then back down to do it. But yeah, there's possibilities. It's always how much you have to go up to clear that before you can go back down.
That train's been literally sitting here the entire time, not moving, and I never noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go throw wood in the engines here.
And you have to wait for it to build steam back up.
Yes. First, I need to grab myself here. Come on. Come here. There we go. Cheats. F1 flying off. No. Off. There we go.
Trying to remember what industry HK had put up here on the hardcore map.
Yeah, I know. Some people were talking about they were putting industries in the game. Maybe it was you using the hex editor.
Humanity Kills does that. That's how he created.
That's who it was. Humanity was the one that was using the hex editor to add extra industries into the game.
Yeah, he puts down a engine shed.
Yep.
Or he puts down one of the placeable, either a wood shed or a...
Well, no, he was also adding in like an extra oil refinery.
Yeah, the way he does it is he puts down... I think it's the woodshed where he wants it. Where he wants the industry. And then he goes in and changes the ID and does stuff in the hex editor, but he has to add the entries for the new industry by placing a woodshed down first.
Right. All right. We'll let that steam up.
Yeah, he's like my age, so he's been doing the same kind of stuff that I've been doing for forever. Of going in and hex editing games, because that's what we did back before you go and download mods.
Yep.
We all played around with the hex editors to change save games, and we ain't had the internet to get all that stuff from.
Right. Well, fire temp's up, so I should start getting the water temp up. That's going up.
Used to get games out of magazines. And you'd sit
Yeah.
there and type
Demos.
not demos, full games out of hexadecimal.
Oh.
Typing them in with the in an Commodore 64 with a.
Yeah, I'm not that old. I remember game demos discs. That's how old I am.
Been on computer. Yeah, we got our first home computer like 4 years ago. Like, I think we got the Commodore 64 when I was like 11.
All right.
As much as people complain about the cost of computers now, they're cheap.
Yeah,
that
they are.
Commodore 64 cost us was $600 for the computer itself. I don't remember how much for the disk drive and the monitor and.
All right. So, did you see what I was talking about? So, if we came off of, I was thinking, if you came off of that plateau, you could almost bring it around here, right? To where this little plateau is.
Way out to there.
Tab it, then come around onto, and then you're up on this ridge line, and then you can just kind of follow that down.
Yeah, let me walk there and see what it actually looks like at the ground. Well, even back to me deceiving because computer screens don't convey. You're talking about cutting through here and then coming around? Kinda? You can see where I am.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, that was one route I was thinking, is you could come off of where you already laid your track, up over here. It's probably maybe like a 2-degree slope.
And then we'll come around the other side of this hill.
Yep, come around the other side of this, and then...
That's the route that they take to get over when they go straight to the iron mine, is ironically.
Yeah, they'll come...
Okay, so come through here, come up around this hill.
Yeah, and then there's another...
back around this way.
Yeah, there's another gap, like, right here.
And but we've got a high ridge over here that we have to clear then.
Right. So you'd work...
Because we're actually down into...
So, that ridge looks like it's about...
Here.
That ridge looks like it's actually about Oh, my train started moving.
Well, here's the low spot coming back that way, I think. Am I right? Looking at it right? Yeah, here'd be the low spot. Coming back. So from here back towards you over there.
Well, I'm looking at it, and
Yeah, I want to lay a rough trestle across there so you can kind of see where we can kind of judge heights. Because that's unfortunately the only way to really measure heights in this game.
well, I'm looking at the topographical, and
Yeah.
it's looking like that ridge line.
Okay. So that's level between the two. To there. Didn't show up on there it is.
I see what you're doing. So yeah, from there,
Yeah, that's level between the two gaps.
right? So there. So
Then
if
from
you
here, it's a matter of what
here, let me
what else
run.
you got clear coming through.
Let me go from this map point here to you on this side. So this is the height of that ridge right over there coming across.
Okay, that continued at level to there.
Yeah, so if you came up and then came up to that level here and then swung it around at that height, you'd be able to swing wide at that height through this plateau and clear that ridgeline.
If you don't mind the extra length, that's up to you. It's your layout.
If I cared about the extra length, I'd say delete everything you just did and we'll go with my sky bridge. Because that clears it and it's only a 3% grade.
However you want to do it.
I'm thinking for realism's sake, I think that's the route that the devs intended, for you to go up through that gap and then back around.
Well,
Maybe.
they gave lots of possibilities, not saying that any of them were great.
Here, let me run a trestle from this
The
point.
question is how much higher we are than we were over there.
Well, I'm going to start from over here. And let's go.
I'm guessing we're probably at least 20 meters higher.
3%, and I still don't clear that gap, that land ridge, do I? All right, so I gotta take a point from here.
And as far as curving this back around to get through there, I'm not sure either. At this one right over here.
Oh, there is a ridge right there, isn't there? There's a little rise of land. Okay, well, let's try doing this then. Wooden trestle, we're going to start back here. Alright, connect up onto this one. We're going to do 2% going this way.
A lot of these little bumps that we have to clear would have just been graded out.
Right? So this is going 3%.
I have to remove 2 feet of dirt over 100 feet, or I have to raise it everything up for 500 feet. I'll remove the 2 feet. I guess that's one of the annoying things right now is like that's one spot I had to clear trying to figure out the initial curves on that plateau. Well, there's one little high bump. That 10 minutes with a shovel could remove.
Right? You could do it, but we'd literally have to go back and rerun that whole line at a different grade.
Yeah.
Because 3% off of as far back as I went gets me to here.
Yeah.
It would, if I go up to 4, I can clear this gap like
But
that.
then you still gotta but then you still have to get up higher to finish it.
Let's try that. We'll smooth this out later. But yeah, I literally have to come through like here, and I'm wrapping it around to get up to that final height. Oh, it'll clear that gap. And then you kind of have to, like, from that point, you'd go, like, run a flat section for your braking from here. Go, like, there, and then we'll kind of follow this here, like
So you're having to loop around the outside to even do that.
that. And so if we did that, and then
By the time you go through that, you might as well give yourself a tie into your iron mine as well. Just for the hell of it.
but that's a 4% grade.
Yeah. Well, did you start so you leveled it off when you came through the gap?
So that 4% grade would be coming from back here on this plateau. But if we started,
If you started back farther, you could make it gentler. Yeah. It's just how much you want to relay.
well, at this point, it's just delete and bridge. So
Yeah.
let's
You
demolish
got a
some
really
bridge.
sharp curve there.
Yeah, well, that was just to see what it would look like.
Well, okay, if you were gonna come in that way, why not come in instead of going way over there? Why not just coming straight across from where you have your sky bridge over here?
The one I'm deleting.
No,
Or this sky bridge.
the one you've been using here.
Oh, yeah, this one. Come on. So this trestle, and then come break off of here and kind of follow it up this ridge line. Over.
From your curve on this on the trestle here, you could just come almost straight in. You've already built that across all this valley. You could just come right alongside it with another track. 'Cause this one's going down, right?
No, actually, I think that one's flat. Let me check.
Because you'd be better off coming in from this side of that gap than looping around the other side. You can probably avoid a lot of excess curves in tight spots.
Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the party. We are laying track from coal mine to all over. Lots of projects. We're ADHDing the crap out of everything because we started off going down to industries and now we're working on coal mine. All right. The grades across that is 2%, and then it's flat. So rate.
But you were going 2% down there, right?
Maybe.
You want to go up.
So I'm looking at the
I'll just build a temporary trestle right over the top of what you've got there going upwards.
So you see where that little tiny piece pokes out on this side of the wall?
Yeah.
From there on is flat grade. So
Okay,
if you were to, if we kind of broke it off,
where it pokes out.
it's on the right side, and it's on the bottom level, right where that little tiny piece of stonework sticks out, and there's a tree on top of it.
Okay.
From that point forward is flat.
So right about where I am.
Yeah. So right where these two trestles meet, it goes from 2.1%, I think, downgrade to flat.
So it's flat to the coal mine from here.
So from that point going back towards the coal mine is 2% upgrade.
Okay. So we would want to be building an upgrade from the coal mine.
Yeah. So if we were
we'd be building alongside it.
Yeah. So if we were to start from here and go that way, paralleling it.
Well, let me see what we come up with then. We come off this point. We'll just put it there.
So let me start by putting a piece of groundwork alongside of it.
I might be able to pick off. Well, I can pick up.
Because there is a ridge.
I'm drifting.
There is a ridge down the middle of this. So if you follow that initial line, and
I'm trying to. You know how hard it is to pick spots when you don't stop moving.
I've gotten good at it because it's how I built this entire area.
Yeah, I'm up in the air already. However, I can go down to bring it across. I gotta go down lower than that.
So if you go off of here...
Yeah, I see I can pick that. I can pretty much pick that to that ridge. Well, that brings us up quite a ways. It's gonna be a high bridge.
Yeah.
All right, where am I trying to end up? I'm losing track of it. It's like, well, I see. Uh, I don't want to go out of regular view because then I lose track of what I'm.
Yeah, you can't use third person and place things at the same time. It won't let you.
I know it screws up. It screws things up. But I could come down this bridge, I guess.
So if you came along this ridge, and I can add some groundwork on top of it to make it easier to
Okay,
lay
I got
to.
it to there. Let's see if can I place it there. I've got it placed across. This may not be a good final version, depending on how we have to clear things.
Well, the coal train of empties is almost to the coal mine.
Okay. Well, if you want to deal with that, 2% grade does not get us high enough.
High enough? No.
3 is not going to be nearly enough either.
It'll be like a 4 or 5%, I bet. For that short of a distance.
Oh, God. 4 isn't even... Well, I can get the 4 out to there with a 4. But then I'm in the ground. I can't even... I don't think I can do it even at 4.
Yeah, I think the best bet...
Not even... Nowhere close. I want to just end this and so you can see it. That was 4%. The
Yeah,
angle would be nice. The angle would be nice, but it's going to be a steep.
Yeah, you'd almost have to follow this and kind of loop it. Yeah, but if we continued, let's see what happens if I bring this back and I do a different route, following our original path.
Although, well,
I do.
it's all about adding enough loop to give it the length to keep the grade down.
Well, if I can do a 3%, let's see if I can get up there with a 3, doing this way, like I was gonna do.
It might be easy to work down. It's generally easier to work down, but sometimes you can't.
Well, I have a bridge to work with, so
Yeah.
that gets me over to here. But yeah, no, it's still not high enough to get up there. Going that way, across.
Yeah, we added like 20 meters in altitude to go through there. Which means...
Yeah, if I do a 4% from there, I can clear that gap. But
Can you do it without it? Can you do it without ending up into a sharp curve at any point, though?
That's what I'm trying to get to, but I can't.
Find an attachment point?
Nope, I found an attachment point. I'm going right through there.
Right.
I just barely cleared it like that. That's 4%.
Okay, yeah, and then you still have to address where because you went through the ground. Or I think that's what your, or is that mine?
So
I'm losing track.
we need to start deleting some of
We
these.
need to start deleting.
All right. So let's delete this one because it didn't work. I gotta be careful as I get closer to make sure I know where my deletion
Okay, I
ball
can
is.
delete this low one over here, I guess. don't know. We might still want that.
I'm gonna delete this groundwork down here because I don't think that's gonna work.
I think our best bet for that. I mean, if we ran a higher, did you run a 3%?
So that bridge that I just built is 4% from further back.
Well, if we came around to the plateau,
The one,
with a 3% to the plateau over here.
so if we backed off further, so if we started this whole run but followed that line,
If we did 3% all the way from the coal mine,
yes, it should probably clear.
no, I can. With your fairly direct route straight across the valley.
No, without my failure.
Oh, following along there. Okay.
Yeah, so basically we're gonna. Okay, let's delete that. I'm on groundwork, that's why I'm like, why is it not deleting those bridges? Because I'm demolishing groundwork, not bridges. I think I just derailed the train. Yep. It derailed. I wasn't paying attention to it.
I'm gonna delete these
Do you see
extra
it?
pieces in here. Yeah. You delete, or do we have groundwork going across the track? Or...
No, the track was switched to go this way rather than around.
Oh.
So it ran off the track.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so which ones are we keeping? That's yours, okay.
Alright, so we'll delete that section here. Leave that. So, I'm thinking we loop around and then we go straight. So you'll get up to this plateau here. Can you see where I am? So you're gonna come off of that and follow to the left. There's another cut here.
If we can get it up to the top of this plateau, then we got plenty of room for a nice gentle curve.
Right. So if you get up to this one, and then we can follow it this way, all the way up to here, and then we can go around and nice gentle curve it. So
right.
I'm going to delete the bridge work that we are not going to be using.
All right.
Wow, there's like 4 bridges in that little section there. I was deleting, and deleting.
Alright, so we're going to try at 3%.
Yep, and we're going to kind of... I left the bridge line that I think we should probably try to take. I'm trying to delete it without deleting the track. Okay,
so 3%. Alright, well this is going to allow wider curves over here without having to go as goofy either.
yeah. And like I said, I do my train calculations on a 4% grade anyways. So if we do like a 3%, then that's within what I planned for. And I think
More
if we
than quite
can,
enough to clear all that. But 3% left me.
I think that 3% will let us tag up onto this plateau, which means when we come around, we can make it a
Well,
smoother transition over.
The curve here gets to be so much wider because we are so much higher.
Right?
I just have to make sure I'm not.
So, while you do that, I'm going to go work on re-railing this coal train.
Alright.
Luckily, I have nice, straight track to work with.
Oh, we are so high already.
Yeah, you may be able to bring it up and then have it flat through that section without having to have any more grade. Or you may get there and find that we can do it with like a 2.5%.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna back this caboose up to about.
That's another reason to work down. You can always decrease your grade going down easily. Oh. Alright.
So we're gonna make re-railing this easy by just grabbing the cars that fell off and sticking them on the ass end. Re-rail.
Alright, you get a little more altitude. If I can reach over here. Oh, plenty of height. Now, was that level coming through there already, through the gaps already, or is that still going uphill?
Give me a second. I think going through the gap is a 4% upgrade all the way to that far gap.
Okay.
But if you come up,
Okay, so yeah, well, I'm working on it. I just have to.
so yeah, if you are able to, and I think coming off of this, we know that that ridge point and the saddle here.
Oh, I easily cleared that. I got up there easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's level from. That's our height. Oh,
Oh, that looks
Yeah,
amazing.
I got kicked up.
Also, oh, but that looks way better. So now you got a nice, you touch there, you got a nice sweeping, gentle curve. We'll have
It's
to.
enough length where you have plenty of adjustment, and that.
Oh yeah, no, that looks great. We'll just have to go back and fix some of the sky bridge stuff. That. All right. So we are deleting the lower ones. I will come back and finish off the touch areas when I'm not flying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to have your cursor drift to the wrong one.
Yep, and then you're like, then you try to patch it, and you're like, but it never comes out right.
It's always a good idea to start to do a save before you go do little big deletes.
Yeah,
just in case.
But when it's you just deleted everything, and then it's the last one you do, and it's the wrong one, and you're like, crap. So I always try to grab the top bar rather than going for the sides.
There you're probably better off being underneath and grabbing right now.
Nope. I like grabbing the tops.
Okay.
So, because I can tell from the side here which one is the correct one that needs to be deleted.
Trees are crashing.
I'm not looking forward to having to go cut all the trees out that are underneath it, though.
Yeah. Well, we aren't even halfway there yet. We still have the long loop on the other side to go down.
Yep. All right.
Although, it's not that hard to do. The hardest part was figuring out what grade you could do it at, and
to get it up to this
and
point.
you're working downward, and I've done it enough times now where I pretty much know the path.
Well, you're also starting a little bit higher now.
Yeah, we'll have to adjust for that. And I got a tree sitting halfway bent over in front of me doing nothing. I don't know what's it's slowly loading. Am I finally loaded in? There we go. Yeah, it's still stuttering. Well, that could be you deleting too.
It's like, I just loaded that. Why is it gone now?
Alright, so this groundwork here can go?
What groundwork?
Coming across the valley?
The
stuff the trestle was on?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that straight groundwork can go, yeah.
Let's declutter.
And I will worry about coming back and fixing the sky bridges after. So that's a lot of time and energy to make everything look right.
Yeah.
It's really not that sky bridgey either. Once you get everything. I mean, there's like a little bit there, and then...
No, I managed to stay fairly close to the walls for a lot of it.
Well, it's not going to be like doing this bridge over here, where it's all floating bridge.
A big floating section over here, but...
Alright, I'm going to go back to trying to re-rail that train.
Alright. So we don't have a level section at the top anymore.
No, but you can bring it off of where that you go over the ridge, swing it around for a level section, and then bring it down. Like, you could bring it level to where you would normally start your downgrade.
Well, I can give you a level area, and then we'll just have to, because we're, like I said, we're another 20 meters up.
Hmm.
So we're gonna need more length coming down, back down as well than we had to have initially.
Oh, come on. Where's...
How that affects it? That didn't attach the right point. I must have drifted off my. Alright. So.
I really don't like the fact that you can't re-rail on switch tracks.
Yeah.
It kind of annoys me.
Well, that's because it. Well, I mean, I understand why he wouldn't, why he did it that way. It is harder to.
Well, if it's
It's hard. It's harder to code in, or to figure out how. Which side of the frog it should be aligning to when it's re-railing.
Well, if your switch is set straight, you should be able to re-rail on it. But if it's not, then I can understand. But
that
if the
should
switch
be
is
flat.
But if the switch is straight, you should be able to re-rail to it.
Oh. Do I really want to be flying now? I'm working downhill. Do I really want to be flying?
I usually do. All right.
I suppose I can flick flying on and off to lose altitude when I need to.
Not fast enough. You'll hit the ground first.
Well, that's fine. I can always walk myself back up a bit. Bouncing off a hill to gain altitude isn't hard. The issue is you can't lose altitude when you're flying and building.
Right. That's good. Right. Those I either have an invisible link or I lost the link. And the cars spawned in too close together, so that's good. That's good.
I can do this.
That's good.
Oh. This is interesting.
Oh?
We are so high up, I am above the ridge on the saddle. Even coming down at 3%.
Yeah. All right. Well, you'll just.
We were basically gonna come across. I gotta drop the crate down farther to attach in the middle of the saddle. To come across the ridge. Yeah. Okay. It might. This is gonna be a really weird way of doing this.
Oh, I have no brake handle on my regulator.
Well, those are always fun. Okay, now I ended up in a ridge. Slightly. Oh.
Okay, so that's 4.
How did that smooth itself into there already? Or was I drifting when I laid that? That's fine. I know what. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. So.
All right. Now I gotta go put fire all in these engines because they're all burned out.
Fun, fun.
And for some reason, they have a mind of their own. They keep rolling back and forth.
Don't know what I'm going to be at for height. Don't know if I'm going to clear that ridge or not.
Which ridge?
One of the ridges along the sides here.
Oh,
The outcrops, or whatever you want to call the little...
jutting out points.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got? Coming up to pressure, coming up to pressure. We are golden. We have full pressure across the board. Okay, so we're going to do 3% back.
Alright,
Why am I going forward if I'm going backwards? Because there must be a downgrade here. Yes, there must be a downgrade here.
Oh. Did I go the wrong way?
Oh, I know why it's not doing that. Because the switch is still switched to the wrong way.
Oh, so it's just kind of bouncing and switch?
Yeah, it's bouncing against the switch. And now I just derailed the train! Again! Can I pull it back onto the track? Come on, Climaxes, pull! I'm trying to pull it back up onto the tracks. Or at least off the switch to where I can re-rail the engine.
Yeah. That way.
Nope. It just... And off they go like a rocket.
Mm-hmm. Almost too high to even play stuff now. All right. Ran up against the wall too close. Well, I was good up to that point. Alright, where am I exactly? Where's the... Oh, I am so high up yet. That may have put us up so high that we have to come down at a 4%.
Now I gotta try and find... So I had like one set of cars that were missing a link, and that's what I'm trying to find now before I slam the brakes on this thing. There we go. Alright, we are fully reconnected as an empty coal train. Let's kill the reg so we don't burn out the steam, the pressure. Alright. So are you ready for me to start laying track yet?
If you want to start laying it on the uphill part, I'm still not sure if how this is working out. I'm trying to figure out how to get the added length added in here.
Well, if you need to at the bottom end, just make a loop before you head into that canyon.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know if I want to make a canyon.
Or some S-curves.
Unfortunately, you can't see what I've done already. Unless I finalize it. Man. Turn fly. And get over on this hill and turn flying off so I get down low enough to catch stuff again. Yeah, I oh, come down this ridge.
Oh, we're gonna have to be a ton of trees.
Oh my god. Well, I just came across the top of the ridge by the by that little valley, and coming off the top of the ridge, I had to drop the grade wheel, touch the ground.
All right.
We are really high up yet. Oh.
Oh, maximum length.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and all that just got...
Got placed.
No. I got kicked.
Right, which means it probably just placed all of it.
No, it didn't place any of it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep. It got you down to the ridge.
Oh, it did save it?
Or to where we
Right.
were where we were going to. It got you down to the saddle. Just past the saddle.
That's where I had started a section at.
Yeah, so no, it didn't save this next section.
That piece was where I had restarted laying that. Ah.
So if you go follow this ridge line and go all the way down around the valley, because you said you were down by the little cut going into the backside of steel, right?
Yes, and I had yeah, and I was still at maximum.
All right, let me try giving it a look. Let me try picking out a route.
Well, it's just length. We went up so much higher. We were literally a full trestle height higher at the saddle. You know, if you look at the at at the fact that it's spanning the saddle and not touching the ground.
Right.
You know, we're that much higher when we get around the other end that we have to make up yet. And that's what I was working against, is the fact that we are literally that much higher. That piece runs into the ground, so I had to start back at the beginning of where I started with my downgrade.
All the way at the back.
Um,
What if I start like here?
well, I didn't like that curve, the way that curve came out either. The new one turned out much better. But well, I'm slowly loading in.
Well, I didn't like that at all because one, I forgot to start the downslope, and I was already running into the ground.
Yeah. Um, so the down slope starts. If you can see, you'll see where they overlap. I think I'm fully loaded. No, it's still lagging. Now I think I'm loaded in. Where the hell did it drop me? Oh, above the cut, above that cut to the steel mill. Oh my god. Gotta redo my windows again. Uh, okay. You want to stay close to the wall. You don't want to be going into there. It does rise up slightly in the middle of that. And I got kicked.
Well, yeah, that's because I just laid down what I
Yeah.
just did.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. The devs put some dead ends in places and oh.
so we will probably have to come back over and just fix some of these areas. But I'm just trying to see if I
Well,
can.
if you lay a rough one, and then we can come back and do one long one that actually
Right.
is smooth. Did you readjust your grade after you started again?
Yeah. Although I'm going to have to bring it down just so I can make it touch.
Well, unfortunately now you've lost some of the length, so you don't have as much adjustment room as I had. Yeah, I'm not going to join back in until you're done with that because I'm going to just get kicked every time. Oh, you're into the let me get over on the map here. So, let's see.
This is going to be a pain in the ass to cut the trees down on. I can tell that already.
Oh yeah, it's always fun. Okay, when you get you'll get a few more sections down. Then you get to that close gap between the
It won't let me. Oh, it's because I'm too high, isn't it? Yeah, that's why.
you'll have to turn flying off at some point and lose some altitude.
No, for some reason it won't let me go any further. So.
Huh?
Alright.
There it is. You're too high up,
Yeah, no, I'm going to bring it down.
and now you don't have your grade screen anymore.
That's okay, I know where I'm at. That's
All right.
That's 3. So this is at a 2% grade. And we gotta make this gap.
Yeah, the 4%. All right. So when you get to where you get close to the mountain, to the freestanding mountain, you want to loop back around and start heading to east.
So are you saying like right about here I should start looping back?
You can come down a little. You can go west a little bit more yet.
Because really, it's gonna be like up to
Yeah,
here.
starting about in there, you're gonna want to start a loop back around.
All right. Well, I can kind of drag it up this mountain a little ways, if it'll let me. Am I at the boundary wall? Is that the problem? Is there any...
You might be.
That
You
might
might
be.
be right up against the boundary.
Okay.
Looking at the map, yeah, you're probably right on the boundary.
That's why I can't go that far. All right. So we will kind of...
If you go straight to your north, there's kind of a outcrop going into the little valley that you could follow out.
If I go too far down, there it is. It comes
Right.
up right there.
But you make your loop and you'll start coming back along the side of that mountain to lose some more altitude.
Right. But I'm trying to still be able to grab onto stuff.
Yeah, well, you'll have to drop the grade quite a bit in some spots, unfortunately. It'll be a sky bridge across that valley. Which works since the oil line is going to be coming underneath it.
So I can't place here.
You just drop it down another notch.
If I drop it down another notch, I'm subterranean. So about...
Well, you shift to drop it half a quarter notch.
Actually, no. If I drop it there and then I bring it back up, I should be able to clear this, maybe? Or is that...
Well, using shift will adjust it in quarter degree increments. You hold shift.
Nope. I got it. All right.
Okay.
So that... I just had to get it to where I could... So we go here. And then... We're at the valley floor. And then we can go back up.
There you go. You're going a little too far south now. You want,
Well,
yeah, you want to follow the side of.
well, what you said we've got to drop because I think
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna do a even wider loop that way.
that's like 3% grade, and actually we're cutting through mountains still. So let's
That's probably your 4% grade.
actually no, this is positive up climb now because you see where I'm clipping in the mountain.
Yeah. I think you're down at 4% yet.
No, I'm climbing up.
What the hell happened?
Somewhere's along the lines.
Did it smooth you into the hills?
No, I haven't dropped it yet. So that's going up, going down. So I have to stay like right there. Because my point is here. Right there. So I think that's even. Right?
That should be 3.
Okay, that's even right there. That's no. So down would be 1, 2, 3. That's a 3% downgrade. It clips me into the hill.
Then you're at 4% because you were at 3% and you weren't clipping over there.
All right. Well, that's 4% downgrade.
I'll bring it back up to 3.
2. It's 3. That's
That's
2.
5. 5.
Not 5.
If you were at 3 and you went down a notch, you go to
No,
4. If you're at 4 and
I-
you go down another notch, you're at
No.
5.
So right now we are at no grade. This is 0.
No, that is -3.
That's not -3.
Yeah, that track was at -3. If you're even with that track, you're at -3.
Okay, so that's -3. I clip a mountain here. I clip into the mountain there. And everything else I laid is
It's
inside
hell
the
did you
mountain. It's all
What did
inside
you
the
do?
mountain. I ran track inside the mountain.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I guess bring it back up to where you can see it so you can delete it, and I'll join in.
That's 10% grade. Sky Bridge. Mega Sky Bridge.
Yeah. Well,
See, I work better working down, working up.
finalize it, and I'll join back in.
I'm going to start deleting it.
Yeah. All
Because
right. Now,
my thought was if you come down this further, around over, and then back around, you can back it down that ridge line again some more, and
Yeah.
then bring it in.
yeah. That's why I just turned the flying off rather than switching views, so I can keep track of what so I can still see what my grade is.
Well, I did, and then it still broke.
Yeah.
I'm at Skybox. I built the bridge in the sky that I can now not delete.
You can't get up there?
I can't get to it. I'm trying. I think I
can't
got
walk
this.
up.
I think I hit Skybox.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Can you walk up it if you get to a point where you go back to the beginning of it?
I built a bridge to the Skybox.
When was the last save?
I save every like 5 minutes.
Well, go back to a save and it should be.
Probably like what, 10, 15 minutes back?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can walk it.
Don't take too long. You'll lose another save.
Alright, so we are going to close this. And we are going to
You
go.
missed.
I dropped through it.
Oh boy.
So I tried teleporting to it.
Okay, well, go back and load a save. Yeah, you better go back and load
Yep.
a save back then.
So I have 4 actually no, they're like every 10 minutes. So 4 saves at 10 minutes apiece.
You can probably go back 20 minutes.
Alright. So that's 409, 419, 429, 439.
Probably go back to your 29.
Alright.
Or, well, it's 43 right now. So,
Let's just be on the safe side and let's go back to the 19. That's 30 minutes ago, give or take.
all right.
Oh, my Capt is on. Everybody's not. Wow, I cannot type. All right.
Your cap lock on?
It was. All right, server is starting. My stream stopped, I think.
No, that's still going.
Oh, well then, my phone froze. Pause. Play. There we go. Now it's going. So I'm up to, I think, 36 followers now.
37. What your counter shows?
Oh, 37. Woot. And that counter is accurate, contrary to what people say. It's like, oh, it's not accurate. Yeah, it is, because when I lose followers, it goes back. Might need a new code.
You will probably will. 'Cause you might have to restart. Total restart. Extended.
No, extended is working. It loaded. It's loading.
We'll see. Oh, come on. Well, we gotta wait till you're all loaded in before I can try loading it, even though it shows your server.
That is true. Alright, well, we're loading up. I'm going to go check on my wife to see if she made it to sleep yet.
Alright.
It looks like she finally made it to bed. Alright.
Let's see.
It stopped back here. So I had just started laying track, so...
Alright. Alright, I'll just do it then.
But I will not lay track.
Although laying track and trying to lay that long trestle at the same time are not is
Counterproductive, so I will cut trees along the way.
I really hope they get this kind of stuff fixed soon.
Well, the thing to remember about this game is it's still technically an alpha.
I know.
They like say beta branch, but it's really not. The game's still an alpha. They're still doing...
Yeah.
They're still tweaking things and adding things in.
Yeah.
And so technically this is still an it's still an early release game.
Yeah. It's multiplayer, but the functionality is still pretty limited of multiplayer.
Wow, that just like comes off of that. It's like, okay, we're going up the roller coaster hill now.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like instead of building a railroad, I'm building a giant roller coaster.
There we go. I don't know where I got dropped. I'm over there. Alright. Alright, I guess gotta enable cheats again.
I feel like I should be a mountain goat trying to cut these trees in some of these spots.
Well, I have done this route without using flying. So,
Yes, but that's not trying to get the trees cut. Like, I'm trying to get up to the top of
yeah,
this ridge line.
I've done the tree cutting without flying. Climbing up and down mountains and along the side of a mountain trying to
Figure out how to get up there. Like, I can get almost up there.
I have done the full route without using flying. It's not fun. All right, so let's come farther over this way. A little farther over this way this time. Did I clip? Yeah, I did.
Alright, so I've now decided I want to do this all in steel trestle.
You know how many sections that would be, right? You realize how many sections of trestle that would be.
Mm. Well, see, here's the thing about the steel trestle in this game. I don't think they made the height realistic, because you could have steel trestles that were like 300 foot in the air.
Yeah, what was that? I can't remember the name of
It was
that
in
bridge.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
and it was across the valley, and it was cheaper for them to just build that giant, huge steel trestle across the valley than it would have been for them to cut and fill.
Well, the length they would have had to do to go around
Right.
was like they cut off quite a few miles, but
there's been other places where
it was cheaper to do it that way, except that the way that they built it, it was too weak to handle newer engines within 10 years, I think it said. And they had to replace it with a sturdier one within 20.
it had to do with the bolts that were used to anchor it to the ground.
Well, that's what ended up being the reason it collapsed. But the reason why...
Well, no.
The one that collapsed was actually the second bridge.
Right, and that one collapsed. It wasn't to do with the bolts. It got hit by a tornado.
Well, the bolts had rusted, basically.
Right. And it got hit by a tornado.
And after all the work they'd done over all those years, they hadn't thought that they might need to replace those bolts or didn't want to. That was not thinking about the stuff going in the ground after that length of time and thinking that it'll be good for half or forever. No. But alright.
So what I'd like to know is, are the hitbox on freezes cylindrical or are they cone-shaped?
I don't know.
Because if they're cylindrical, then you gotta cut them. Even if they're this close to the track. But if they're cone-shaped, then you shouldn't have to cut them if they're too close to the track. Oh yeah. Sure. The second I fall off, it decides that I hit the hitbox on the to cut it. Don't you love it when it does that?
Yeah.
And you're up on the trestle and you're...
Alright, am I gonna clear this here? I'm just getting too high up off the ground now.
Well, I think what was happening, I was trying to get it down to clip it so I could lock on, and then when I raised it back up, it was like way higher than it should have been. So.
Alright, just my stupid box here. Turn off line so I can... Well, that didn't work.
There we go. Third time's the charm. Trying to get back up on top of the trestle so that I can keep cutting down trees.
Alright.
I think this middle section is probably going to be like the only section where I'm going to have to address the sky bridge. The rest of it, you really don't notice.
Yeah.
But where it crosses that gap in the valley.
Alright, so... From there, I have to come out over here then.
God, imagine. I could not imagine how much it would cost if we still had to pay to cut trees.
Hmm. Alright. I may. Since I know we need a lot of length, I think I'm gonna kind of wrap around here a little bit. Alright. Attach there.
Really? You're gonna be like that, Mr. Tree? Resistance is futile. You will be chopped.
Mm. Alright, I think I have to come out that side. I actually managed to get down to a pretty decent level this time. Uh, so if I just do a earthing loop here, I should be able to loop back in. I hope.
And you made sure you're not clipped into the mountain anywheres, right? Height-wise.
I shouldn't be. Oh, this worked out pretty well. I hit the valley floor in the valley.
Nice.
So we'll just do that, and I'm about to get kicked, I'm sure.
No, you're about to freeze my game.
Yeah, I got kicked.
That was so bad you froze my game.
uh, all right. If you want to fly over that and take a look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. And I got a couple floating bridges that we'll have to come back and as you get those riverlets coming
Yeah,
down.
having to dodge high points and not
Yeah, it's easier to cut across.
slip in.
That corner's gonna need to be addressed.
Which corner?
This one
This
I'm
one?
looking at right now.
Oh yeah, and it clipped in there when it smoothed out.
Yep.
But
That bridge, that'll actually be good because we should be able to get a train under that since it's above the trees. So we won't interfere with that. And we bring down, and right there, and then we follow that valley and bring it into the steel mill.
Yeah, I mean, it actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, and then we'll build a nice little trestle for the line that comes down here to go under.
Mm-hmm.
So other than that one corner where it clipped in,
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to relay everything below it because as soon as you go adjusting it at all.
but this is what, four or three?
3.
All right, 3 should be fine. So if you adjust it and it pops up to 4, that would be fine.
Well, it'd be longer, so it'd be less because you're moving out to get around that clip point and
Right. So
lengthen out that corner. It's just I hate having to try tying pieces together and yeah, where did it lead me this time? Not sure where it left me.
we've got we've got the yard set up here at the oil field,
Yeah.
which is good. Because technically this is a slant siding, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, see, I know how to do it, and it comes out good.
Well, yeah. You still have to try to line up your oil cars and see if the tracks are spaced
Right.
where they need to be.
And then we are gonna.
So where was?
So
where's that?
we're gonna come through that gap, then onto this side of it, or we gotta split it and go onto both sides of it. But it's getting late. I just looked at the time and realized it's like 5.
You realize we could run a train underneath that trestle through the saddle. We ended up so much higher than.
So I could literally go back and put a loop through that's basically turn this into a shunting hill. And this is the track to bring the coal cars back and just come up here and then do like a 10% grade straight down into it just for getting the coal cars down.
Yeah.
Just turn this saddle into a huge shunting loop.
Not letting me delete bridges. No, probably because it's not set for bridges.
Yeah, it does help if you have it set up right.
Yeah.
Can you put track in the middle of that, like between the oil, or no, on the refinery? In the refinery.
It does store stuff. Your pipes and your planks will be stored off on the right side.
Oh, all right. So this really has to be done as a shunting thing.
You can run an elevated track over. Getting that to line up and drop properly at an angle.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it that much better.
So this,
but you still have to do them all.
So this is best done as like a shunting hill with stops. You said?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to take a look at how I did mine at some point. You could load that up and you could see. Alright, I've got the extra trestle out of there.
Extra, from back there?
Yeah. Now to look at this. Did I clip in there or not? No.
I didn't see it look like it clipped in anywhere else.
As I was coming along, it looked pretty close to the edge at one point, and I wasn't quite sure.
And honestly, coming around that corner, we might be able to cheat it out with the rail deck.
Yeah.
To clear.
Let me get over. Let me get over here and take a good look at it. And yeah, this corner, it's gonna be. It's gonna cause a splay problem. That sharp corner.
Yeah, it's gonna have to. We might have to cut it back further and come out a little wider.
Besides the fact it clips in, it's all.
It's almost a 90-degree corner.
Where do I need to go? Probably need to come back a couple of sections.
Yeah, if you went from probably here. Let me go down a little bit. Too far. And you went from like here. And we're going down.
I think I need to come back to right here.
So if you kind of came out of that.
Oh, you're going back even further, okay.
Yeah. And
then start moving it, just move it out farther?
Yeah, just kind of come out a little wider here. and follow this inside edge of the ridge where the green is, and then drop it down a little just to get it to click. And
I mean, I did pretty well for not knowing exactly where the grades could be.
Right.
Yeah, somehow you ended. Okay, that's looking right. It was showing a back and forth kind of thing there for a bit. Yeah, and then it just come and clear along that edge.
Yeah, and if
It'll be a little bit higher, but we've got plenty of room in the valley to put.
Right, but if I do a 2.75, I can.
Well, if you just run it at 3, and then when we get to the other end, just run it all the way back along, and we've got enough room in the valley that we don't have to worry about.
Well, no, I'm just trying to see where it's gonna connect, cross over. So right about here is where it will blend over. So if I block this like that, those will merge. So let me delete the other bridges. See where it merges back?
Yeah, I mean, you're about a timber height up.
Is it still a little high there?
Yeah, there's a bit of difference there.
Well, you didn't want to. Right. But if you then go back with this wooden from here.
Just come off with a level one for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was
for a lesser grade. Until they run into each other.
Yep, right about here. That'll carry it across.
Yeah.
And then now you're tied back into what you did and we didn't change anything.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Because that corner's a little bit better. Alright. A little bit of trestle left over here. And I went back to where you had a switch between splines so that when I deleted it, I wouldn't delete and have to then do a gap.
Yeah.
So that's why I tried to go back to where you see the double.
Yeah,
that's
what I always do on bridge trestles is
go back
to start where the splines join, so that when you do delete, you're not patching another piece and patching another piece and.
Right. All right.
Yeah. We've been at this a long time.
Yep. I think it's time to call it a day on part 1 of the Hit the Industries. It's just, when I did the run to coal mine, it took me 2 sessions and a total of like 12 hours, I think, or 16 hours to do it.
Oh yeah, my first time to the coal mine took forever. I didn't know where I was exactly. I had to run things or.
Well, I knew how I wanted it to go, and then the rest of it was just lay in the track bed. The first section, which was the first loop, the big loop.
Yeah.
That was like 10 hours, give or take. And then I think from here down to that Y was like another 10 hours, maybe. Something like that.
Yeah. There was one stream I hopped on to help someone, and I had the coal mine down to the plateau done in like 2 hours. I'd done it so many times already.
Yeah. But I wanted mine to go this way near the waterfall.
Yeah. Well, I went right under it. I literally have the engine going through spray.
Well, I could probably do that. I get a little closer, but
You have to go. You have to be right up against the boundary to do it. But yeah, I literally have the engine going underneath the spray. Not that it does anything to the engine, but
right. So, and then I'll have to make some more mega bridges.
mm-hmm.
But those won't be too bad.
I just throw more trestles underneath usually.
Well, I like it to look like a bridge, so I like trying to do pillars like this.
Yeah, yeah.
It makes it look more legit.
Well, the putting a pair of trestles underneath the high one makes it look like it's properly held up too.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
This is looking like a giant roller coaster. Like, one of these days, I think I'm just going to go to the very top of a mountain, and I'm just going to lay like a 10% grade.
yeah. We used to go to Great America. You know, they had the Eagle, the racing wooden roller coaster.
Yeah. Like, I want to just go from here and start a 10% downgrade and just bring and manually drag a coal car up here and just ride it all the way down. Actually, I think this is the highest point on the map. I don't think there's any peaks taller than this one.
Look at extended and see what. I see a spot marked at 700. Oh, there's an 800 meter. $900 meter line, or 900 meter dot there. Okay, 1,000 right above the iron mine.
Right, but that you can get to.
Yeah.
Isn't that where I was just at?
There's a 900 meter dot.
600, 700, 500.
Between right there.
Yeah, the 1,000. That's where I was just at.
I'm on the 900 meter spot here. Not sure what else there.
No, I'm pretty sure that this peak right here in the middle is the tallest point on the map.
1,000.
Is the 1,000, which is where I was at.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything that looks. I mean, at the edges, there's.
Yeah, but
there's some that are higher, but you can't get to them.
Right.
They're outside the boundary.
So maybe one day I'll load a map and I'll just build a giant roller coaster, starting from like I'll put a little flat, and then I'll just start looping it around and around and around and around the mountain.
I tried building one along the outside edges, but some of the boundaries keep you so far that it's literally just a sky bridge. You can't even be close to the ground.
Right.
You can't hug the outer hills enough to truly make the.
Right.
Well, okay. Here's a higher point over here. I'm not sure if that's within
Where's
buildable boundary or not.
where's here?
Up in the northwest.
So like by Sawmill.
North of the lumber camp and west of the sawmill. Up in those, there's some high ones, but I don't think you can actually get into those. I'm try teleporting there and flying. All right.
I'm like super sprinting and it's not doing anything. But it's also because I'm like really high up.
Yeah.
So you've seen my lumber camp from the sky.
It's this Is it this little peak here? Yeah, right. There's a few thousand plus peaks right where I am. Yeah, you just ran past me, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, these are 1,000 plus peaks here.
Okay, so that means that
The one you're right over is 1,040.
So this is the tallest point of the map.
Yeah.
That you can get to. So if you go from here, but you can see how I did my lumber mill, right? It's like a straight shot up there.
Yeah.
Whereas most people will come this way around that and then loop it around from the other side.
I come in right along this cliff wall because it lets me put my switches in and everything for having separate tracks for the cordwood and logs.
Well, I have separate tracks for cordwood and logs too. And I have a turnaround loop.
You've only got single track through here.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I don't have to loop through one to get to the other.
But
I can run two trains through without them being in each other's way.
Well, I could too. There's enough room here. If I delete that water tower and I do parallel tracks through.
Yeah, no, well, one version I've got a loop out on this side. The other one I looped out on the other side, but I don't have, I've got the ability to park 24-car trains of either logs or cordwood.
So these each hold 32 cordwood, right? So
Yeah.
I'm about to build a train that's going to have 12 cars of cordwood. But you'll never empty this because as soon as you empty one, it fills it.
As soon as you take one, it fills it back up, yeah.
Like my firewood moneymaker from when I was poor.
Yeah.
They even sell that. They're like, just put a firewood depot right next to
Yeah.
your cordwood depot and just drag and drop into the car in between.
Then on one, I just did a raised one for the logs. So it's a whole separate loop.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to interfere, you know, you don't have to have any kind of interchange. It just loops above everything else. Because logs only go one place.
Yep. Well, originally what I was thinking of doing was just having the one track here, and I put a stopper down here at the end, and I'd have Betsy, the porters, just basically hauling the empty cars back up to the top, load them up, and then push them up over the hump, and then let them freewheel all the way down to the bottom. Because
even at only a 1/4% grade, they'll still pick up a fair amount of speed and crash.
Well, you set like 1 or 2 brakes on the last 2 cars.
Yeah.
I mean, even with the porters, I set 2 brakes on the last 2 log cars, and I'll slow me to like 7 coming down that hill.
Yeah.
It'll stop before it actually gets there. Whee!
Best way to do, if you want to just do it with a porter, the best way to do that I found was you come up with the porter in front and you go down with the porter at the back, and then the porter's brakes actually are effective. Otherwise, the porter thing just gets run over.
Well, with the physics update, yes. Before, porter could break anything.
Yeah.
It just had like monster physics. It's just interesting to look at the rail track from above and see like how everything's interconnected.
Oh, is this the hump where you had to come over here?
Yep.
Yeah, I usually
if
I come off that way, I come out to the side to where it's a little bit lower.
Yeah, there's just a little ridge line, and then it go all the way. And if you come off at a different,
if you were 100 meters over towards me here, you wouldn't even have had to come over that.
Yep.
But you can't. It's so hard to see that stuff on a monitor. Things can look flat on a monitor when they really aren't.
So, well, I'm
gonna head to bed.
Yeah, I'm heading off too. But I honestly wanted to just go straight up and straight down as short as possible.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. This is the last piece of the first pieces of track that I ever laid. Was from here all the way down to the lumber mill. Everything else I've already like relayed. So up to about that point is whee overshot. Do the moonwalk. Whee.
Alright. Well, I'll catch you. Are you working tonight or?
No. The missus had some complications, so we actually went to the ER, which is why I wasn't on at all last night.
Yeah.
So I've taken additional time off, so I won't be going back to work till Saturday.
Well, hopefully she gets better soon.
Yeah, she's got a doctor's appointment on Thursday, so. But just because she's like with 6 days post-op and so forth, we just wanted to go in and make sure everything was okie dokie.
Yeah.
And they ran a bunch of tests and everything really came back negative. So they were still waiting for some cultures to come back, but everything else that they did looked fine.
That's good.
Every now and then, it's just fun to run around the map.
Well, I'd wanted a sky route around it, or I wanted to hug the cliffs around the outside just for a scenic
Right.
train to run around and look at everything, and couldn't do it.
Oh, you could. You just can't be as high as you want to be. Because
Yeah.
the boundary.
Well, yeah. Well, you end up having to loop back into the saddles, and leaving that saddle height, I think it was too. There were some spots along the boundary where even at saddle height you couldn't stay level.
Right.
Yeah, so it was like,
Yeah, like right here, I've hit the invisible barrier.
yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah, I don't mind barriers to keep people from player entries, but put your invisible barrier on the far side of where I can't get to. Because if I see it, I'm like looking at it, I'm like, oh, I should totally be able to get to that.
yeah.
Because I could walk up that ridgeline and I would be able to get there.
Well, right by the big falls, and you can't get right up to the cliff edge on at the big falls, and
Right.
yeah, some of the boundaries are a little odd.
And like, the falls just comes out of out of the ground. There's no river up there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep.
And I've never seen a river that doesn't have any rocks in it.
Yeah,
White water.
minor things they could have done that would have.
Made it more realistic. Like, oh, I don't know, give the river actually some depth to it. Rather than it's only like ankle deep.
Well, there's some spots where it gets really narrow and it's only ankle deep in the water, still going slow.
Although it looks like they may have made it deeper. Because I'm looking at it right now, in some spots I'm going...
I've walked down the whole thing and you never end up underwater.
I just did.
What did you? You found one spot?
Yep. See that?
No, I've turned off the stream already. I'm ready for bed.
I found a spot. I'm underwater.
Oh, wow.
So there is a deep spot.
Alright. Yeah, I need to get some sleep.
But for most of it, yeah, there's no real deep spots.
Yeah, it just doesn't. It doesn't seem like a real river.
Nope. And you got grass, like some spots it's like really shallow. And you can literally see the grass growing through it because it's shallow.
Well, and then you got holes. You got the gullies right next to it that aren't full of water but have no exit.
Right.
No, the water would be leaching in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least when it was frozen, it made sense. Because frozen rivers, you can't sink into.
Yeah.
Because they're frozen. But yeah. But that water here is a texture layer. It's not an actual entity like it would be in like Skyrim or something.
Mm.
So there's no depth. I mean, some places, yeah, you get ankle deep, and then other places it's over your head. Like, if I was walking up to the waterfall, I would expect this to be over my head.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, at the bottom of the waterfall, you'd have a really deep hole
Yeah, it's
as the water washes everything out out from right there.
it's like as I stand here, I start to float above the water. But as I'm flying, I'm going deeper in the water. So, but as I stand, I slowly start to float out of the water.
Hmm.
As it tries to push me up through the boundary box of the water.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I'll let you go. I need to go take some antacid because the barbecue chips I ate are giving me heartburn.
All right. Well, have a good night. Good morning. Man, it's morning already.
So this river literally flows this way and just comes to a dead end. It doesn't go
I
anywhere.
know. There's a lot of things that could have been done better on the map.
It literally just tapers out to no stream. It's like, is this the Colorado River or something? And it clearly shows that it should be continuing on, and it does. There's another river down below it. And the water continues down this little river path through that little...
It loops around into a dead end in the middle of the map. Yeah.
I think they were trying to make this a lake.
I don't know. Although, I mean, there are rivers out in Idaho that do disappear, but
And then poof, it deads end into a box canyon. So if they were going to... And this
the
one...
ones that disappear in Idaho are disappearing into the...
cave system.
Yeah, the volcanic ground.
Oh, this one's flowing this way. So there should be like a huge lake in the middle.
Yeah.
Where the two rivers meet.
But it was still in an outlet.
And then there's a branch off that just suddenly stops. You can actually see under the water.
Yeah.
And they're probably like, nobody's ever going to come down here, so how would they know? Oh, because we go searching for our flipped cars.
Yeah. They got boosted into that stratosphere and come back down eventually.
Yeah, and then it just stops right there and dries out. What's that? Oh, it's just a random green rock. With moss on it. Alright. Well, I'm gonna log off.
Alright, have a good day.
Yeah, I'll probably be on later this afternoon.
Alright.
And for those... Later. And for those on Twitch and so forth, we are going to be calling a stream there. And we will catch you later. We may do this again, or I may do something else. But, we did get a good amount of stuff done. We made this Y going off towards the resources, and that's our build train. We put in this freight yard here. Yeah, so we put in this freight yard here. We did this Y here, which we made. And then what we were working on was running from the coal mine over here and laying out a track to get from the coal mine down to the steel mill, which is over here. So once we'll probably start laying the track going down in there, and then we'll work on the industries over here. Then we need to work on the industries over here, and then we gotta route everything. I think we're gonna come in, split off. One goes this way, one goes this side. Reconnect, come into the main line. I think we're gonna do like a freight yard kind of style here. I think maybe come down, curve this way. Maybe start here with a shunting yard with switches so that you can basically come in. This is going to continue down through this valley here, under this track, and kind of loop into here to bring the oil in. And then on the other side, we'll connect everything back up over here. And then we will be fully connected to all the industries, and all we'll have left to do is just run trains. So we've got the sawmill connected, the lumber camp connected, and the smelter. And then we have over here the iron mine, and up here is the coal mine, which still needs some work. I originally had planned on doing a huge switching yard in here to load up really big long coal trains, and store coal cars up here. But I stopped. I didn't feel like doing it anymore. And then we're going to go this way and that way and down this way. And so that is going to be the track from the coal mine down to the steel mill, because otherwise, let's zoom out. Otherwise, what we have to do is go down here, around here, down here, back down here, over to here, or we go the long way around, through here, through that, through here, back through here, down and around, and then in. So this is definitely the shorter track rather than having to go this whole way around. So coal mine to steel mill, that is the shortest distance and I think we were able to do, it's 4% up or 3% up and a 3% back down. So, without further ado, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.